because we have numbers, so we don't have many when you just there's a lot more happening. So what we have just keep
Good morning once again, and thank you very much for your patience. So we have our 3 panelists here, and we are talking about marketing farmed fish products, sharing lessons, and the next steps. Okay, we'll fill up as we go on. Okay, so to start with, I would like, you want them to come in? They should come forward. Please come forward so you are not too far. Those at the back, come forward so the rest can fill in. Thank you for understanding. Okay. Rebecca, okay, we'll share the mic. Okay. I have this one. You're giving me a podium to stand so. Oh no, it's fine. I'll just asking questions and you ask. I'm a teacher. We stand all the time. Yes, thank you. Oh. Okay. Thank you all very much. We have special guests here from Sacred Heart. Please let's welcome them. You are most welcome. Okay. So we are talking about marketing. So we have those in the business. So first of all, I'd like them to introduce themselves. So please introduce yourself, your company you are coming from, and how long you've been in the aquaculture business. So I'll start with Gabriel on the far right.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Gabriel Latte, and the name of the company is Latman Farms. Latman Farms, what we do is we set up farms. So if you are someone who is just interested in starting a fish farm, it could be a backyard, you just call us. You ask, I have a space, I want to start a farm. What do I do? Or where do I go to? Then what we would do is we would come, survey the space, tell you the things you need to know before you start a farm. We come, set up the farm. We give you all of the farm inputs that is required. We run training programs, so you join the training. And then when your fish is ready for sale, what we do is we try and come up with ideas as to how to sell the fish. And so that is currently what we do in Latman Farms. Latman Farms is just a little under 3 years.
Okay. Can you pass it on, please? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rebecca Avomo, and I work for Tropo Farms Limited as the marketing manager. And Tropo Farm, we farm fresh tilapia, water lake, We have outlets in Tema, Malata, Kaswa, Takoradi, and Kubasi. And we are most known under the brand name Volta Catch. So we deal mainly in tilapia. So if you want to buy retail or wholesale, you can contact us for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Ujo. I'm an agribusiness consultant, and I also work with the Ghana Catfish Farmers Union. So, as a consultant, what I do is try to help farmers optimize their production, look at their shortfalls, where they're having issues with their whole production value chain system, and then run them some kind of technical insight. And then with the Ghana Catfish Farmers Union, I basically interact with farmers, find out their problems, especially catfish farmers, find out their problems and then offer them solutions. So the union as a whole has a goal of looking at the welfare of farmers from their whole production line, acquiring inputs, feedstock, fish stock, their marketing and other things that come with it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have consultants, we have consultant, and then we have someone marketing. So we are set to start. Okay, so I have a few questions, after which I'll open the floor for you to also ask questions. So the first question is, how is farmed fish marketed? In what forms are you marketing your farmed fish? Why your markets? So I'll start with, since you have the mic, yes.
So most of the farms that we deal with, if they want to sell their fish, they sell fresh. Fresh is a bit different from frozen. And so the fresh is, I want fish. And then the person tells you the size and what they want. And then sometimes you let them come to the farm. So the fish is in the pond, and then you take them out. You just, sometimes you choose to kill them, or there's a container or a package, you put the fish in that, and then they take them away. So that is the first way we sell fish. Then there are the sector of other people who would want the fish to be processed. So processed comes with a lot of things, but then let me move towards the smoked fish side. So the smoked fish is the one they call, sometimes they call the fish, they smoke it with the different kinds of ovens, and then they sell in the market. So we do the fresh, the smoked, and then we have a sector of farmers who are trying to come up with other ideas as to how to deal with the fish. Because of the market, they want to try and attack the market in a different way. So they would want to process the fish into like the fish nuggets. A few people are trying fillets. I've seen the fish burgers, crackers, and what have you. So currently, I'll say there's the fresh. That is, we just pick them from the pond, and then the smoked, and then those who are trying to come up with a few other products from their fish.
Before you start, I have a little announcement. So we are told to switch rooms because this one is streamed, and we have those who are doing the presentations online. So with your kind permission, can we move to the next room and then we can stay here? So let's do it very fast. And sorry for the inconvenience.
Hello.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Do I say a commercial break? Or yeah, so we would invite Mr. Naga Morale once again to proceed with his presentation. Thank you.
So I will straight away go to the second slide. So here I am describing like about different aquaculture production systems. Like we have ponds, we have cages, we have RAS, we have biofloc, and precisely all are good production systems. Like but again I say the conditions apply. Like if you want to do pond culture, your soil should be very good, fertile, not acidic soil. Like currently the farm where we are in Sokokope, or all the land through adjacent to this Volta river, most of them are acid sulfate soils. So if you go to the pond, you will face a situation where the water pH will be very less, 4.55 like that, and it is going to trouble you a lot. So whenever you are going to pond culture, definitely the soil should be fertile, not acidic soil, good water retention capacity. You need to have good water source also, either canal or borehole or anything. Good temperature, low land price, and it suits the best for the remotely areas where infrastructure is a challenge. Like we are doing somewhere in a far area where electricity is not there. Like that, there you can do pond culture, and you can stock like 2 to 3 fish per square meter, and you can grow without any aeration in a very low cost of production. And here the FCR will be maximum 1:1.4. That is for the pond culture. Now if we are doing like cage culture, like in Ghana it's 95% is cage culture. Cages are suitable for if the land cost is high, or if the land terrain is uneven, or if the land is rocky. In those places, in those countries, definitely if the water bodies are available, we will go for cages. Like if you have huge water body with good oxygen, etc. Now combining a hatchery will be difficult with cages. Like if you see all the big farms, either it is Tropo, they are managing it, or their hatchery is in Akuse. If it is to Triton also, the hatchery was not so successful at the cage side. If you look at West Africa, their hatchery also was so. So when we are doing cages on the top of a mountain where the rocky zone, it's not easy to do your hatchery there. Okay, currently we are advancing in that also using biofloc, and it is doing very well, the hatchery one. But normally having a hatchery along with the cages is a rare case. The hatchery will be at some other place, the cage production unit will be at some other place. And now if you look at, it should be like, you should also make sure like, the poaching of the fish is not, not true. It shouldn't be easy. The security of your water body is also very important. And this is the main enemy of cage culture in Ghana. Everybody knows here who are the victims, who are the, how did we lose the in cage culture? Theft. Theft is the biggest problem in cage culture in Ghana. And now if you look at the FCR in cages, most of the places the FCR will be 1:1.7, 1.9, 2.1, depends upon your the feed which you are buying. Now if you look at this RAS is suitable for urban projects where the land prices are extremely high by principle. I'm telling by principle. And if the land price is extremely high when you are in an urban area, if you want to do aquaculture, you have to definitely do RAS only. And here infrastructure is a big task. Like you need a lot of infrastructure for RAS, like your biofilters, then your oxygenation cones, degassing, etc., etc. So the RAS has its own infrastructure requirement, and the power consumption is a little bit high in RAS culture system. So you need to have a stable power, or if you don't have a stable power, then you need to have generator backup like that, because any system, RAS or biofloc, they will not sustain more than 15 minutes or like that if there is no oxygen, if there is no power. So power failure can cause serious disasters in RAS and biofloc. Now coming to biofloc, similar conditions to RAS apply here. The same urban culture, land is costly, infrastructure should be there. But only difference between RAS and biofloc will be, in RAS, you take the water into the filtration system, you take away the ammonia and also the solid waste. But in biofloc, we will not do that. We will grow bacteria which will take away the ammonia, and in fact it will convert into food. And the major difference between RAS and biofloc will be, RAS FCR will be usually like in cages, like 1.7, 1.9, maybe some are getting better results, I don't know. But in biofloc, FCR will be like 1:1 or 1.1 or a maximum of 1.2. This is the major difference between RAS and biofloc in terms of cost of production. See, like first of all, when we are doing ponds or when we are doing cages, why am I looking at this biofloc or RAS? Either for biosecurity or to reduce cost of production. There should be some intention when I look for some another new production system. So here, these are the advantages of this. So all production systems have their own advantages and limitations also. Advantages are there, limitations are there, they come in as a package. So we need to choose the availability and adaptability. I want to go for biofloc. Do I have the technology? No. I want to go for RAS. Do I have the infrastructure? No. So you have to see where I am putting my project, whether it is having the adaptability and availability of the raw materials. Now, what is the need of the hour? Why should we look at this modern intensive aquaculture system? What is making us to look at this? First thing, food security. If you look during pandemic time, we have experienced the importance of food security and self-sustainability of food and proximity of food supply. Like the fish markets were not open, the distribution was not happening, and at that particular time, if you know that there is a catfish grower nearby to your street or community, everybody were accessing there and they are buying fish. So looking at the future, if there are more pandemics coming to us, so definitely there should be some food security so that we grow fish in our communities itself, so which we can access. That can be one reason which can make us to look into this intensive modern urban aquaculture systems. Now, environmental impacts. Nowadays, we listen people talking about the land, water, nitrogen and carbon footprint. Like if I am producing fish, how much is the land footprint? That means how much land I am using in square meter to produce 1 kilo fish. Okay, like again, how much water I am using to produce 1 kilo fish. How much nitrogen I am emitting using to grow 1 kg fish. How much carbon I am emission during production of 1 kg fish. This also is going to come into picture in the future time. Already it has started in Europe. It's starting in US also, where you need to mention on your pack how much is your carbon footprint and nitrogen emissions to produce 1 kilo of chicken or beef or fish or anything. You need to mention it. So this also is going to come into the picture. So environmental impacts. While we are growing livestock, are we growing it in a normal, good condition where we are not impacting environment, or we are damaging environment with our effluents? So in future, this also is going to become a big concern. I need to grow fish without damaging the environment. Now the third one, the biosecurity. After getting hit by ISKNNV and also Streptococcus, we should be more concerned about the pathogens that can emerge in future and how to control or avoid them in culture system. Like when the ISKNV hit, almost 90-95% of our fish died in cages. But when I am doing that time when I am doing in ponds, my fish did not die. Because I stopped the water intake, then I have treated my water to kill the virus with some virucidal agents. I have taken my care, and that's why the biosecurity is there in pond culture but not in cage culture. But when it comes to RAS or biofloc, the biosecurity is at its peak. There no pathogen can enter inside. Even if it enters, we can control it at very fast rate. So that is the advantage of biofloc and RAS. Now economic viability. The price of tilapia to customers in terms of Ghana cedis is increasing from Ghana cedi 4 per kilo in 2009 to Ghana cedi 38 or 40 now per kilo in 2024. From 4 to 40, it has increased 10 times in terms of Ghana cedi. But in the same way, when you are asking a producer like me, the selling price for farmer dropped down from US dollar 3.4 in 2009 to US dollar 2 today in 2024. So the consumer is not happy to buy in Ghana cedis from 4 Ghana cedi to 40 Ghana cedi. As a producer, I am not happy to sell my fish from $3.4 to $2. I am losing, they are also losing. Both the ends, because all Ghanaians, they have revenues in Ghana cedis, not in dollars. So the price has been increasing continuously for them. But in the same way, for a businessman like me, where I am investing money from outside, where I am importing the feed from outside, where I am importing the raw materials and other capex items from outside, for me, dollar matters. So I am not happy producing and selling at $2, and they are not happy to buy at 40 Ghana cedi. So where do we bridge this? How do we manage this so that we produce and supply the affordable tilapia to the customers? So they also should be happy in buying, yeah, now the price is in control. I am also should be happy that I am making enough money from this fish. So that's why we are looking into which production system will suit that. Now, biofloc technology is biofloc technology. Biofloc technology is defined as use of bacteria, algae or protozoa held together in a matrix along with particular organic matter like that. See, basically the concept of biofloc is there is feed wastage. There is ammonia generation in the system. Now how do we treat that? So in order to treat that, I am going to add bacteria or probiotics. Now how do these probiotics survive? They need some food. Like their job is to take away the ammonia, but they need food. So what I do, I give carbon to the bacteria. They utilize the carbon as food and they work by taking away the ammonia. This is the principle. So in this process, the bacteria multiplies to trillions. Within 10 minutes, 20 minutes, the bacteria will multiply from million to trillion. So when so much of bacteria is there in the tank, like whenever we are making in India we say, how do you get butter from the curd? You dilute it and you churn it, the small particles of butter, they come together forming an aggregate and they make the butter as a ball. The same thing when we do the aeration system in biofloc, the small bacteria, they all compile together and also the protozoans and fungi all come together, forms a small flakes or balls. And that in turn will become food for the fish. So that is biofloc. Floc means a particle which is combined of many bacteria, protozoa and other things. In other words, biofloc is a symbiotic process that includes confined aquatic animals, heterotrophic bacteria and other microbial species in water. Consumption of bioflocs also provides nutritional value. Nearly 24% of protein is detected in biofloc matter, in the dry matter. So this simplifies, this simply means that biofloc can be ideal option for sustainable and environmental friendly aquaculture in future. Now, critical elements required for biofloc, like biofloc consists of cement tanks or tarpaulin tanks or liner ponds. Aeration system can be blower, diffuser type or aeration tube. General electricity or solar power, if it is power source. Water quality testing equipment, pH, DO, temperature, ammonia, TDS, these are compulsory. Carbon source, we can use a variety of carbon source, rice bran, molasses, cassava flour, wheat flour, rice flour. And product inventory, like you need some products on the farm to tackle the tough situations. Like now, at some point of time, I added carbon to the system. Suddenly the bacteria multiplies from a million to trillion. They take away the whole oxygen in the system and they generate huge amount of carbon dioxide, which will bring down the pH of the system, and within 5 minutes your fish will die. So in order to counter that, because I don't know when like if anybody is having a knowledge of microbiology, the bacteria is having lag, log, stationary and phase of declines. So if I am adding carbon source when the bacteria is in log phase, they develop to millions or trillions from millions within no time. At that time this situation will come. If at all, if it comes, you need something as a backup for you to treat that situation. Now, like which species we can do, how do we do? See, biofloc you can do a plenty variety of species, even shrimps also you can do. So first of all, when you want to do biofloc, you need to know, first we need to choose fish or shrimp, which one I'm going to grow, and how much tonnage I want to produce in a year, and what is the carrying capacity of biofloc system for that particular. If it is shrimp, I can grow only 8 kg per cubic meter. If it is tilapia, I can go up to 30 kg per cubic meter. If it is catfish or pangasius, I can go up to 80 to 180 kg per cubic meter. So it depends which species you want to grow in biofloc. That decides what tonnage. Like first of all, I want to produce 1000 tons of fish. If it is catfish, that divided by 80 kg, that will tell us how many cubic meter of water I require to grow biofloc. Like that, it depends upon the species. Then again, calculate the aeration needed for the decided production capacity. Like as I said again, it depends upon like how many production systems are coming, what oxygen you require. Based on that, we calculate the air nanotube. Based on that, we get to the blower. Everything will be in a serial sequence of planning. So like that, you need to also look into the investment in this particular biofloc system. How much is the payback period, and check the availability of necessary inputs. Like we don't have much of the biofloc inputs in Ghana. We have to import from China. And we are importing from China. We have imported a lot from China. But the government has dutied us almost 66%, where it should be 0. So when you are going for biofloc paying 66% duty on your items, it is not viable. So those things also you have to look at whether you, when you are going into a particular production system, whether there is a support for that, whether they are locally available, all these things you need to consider. Now what are the species in Ghana which we can do, or like that, we can do all Niloticus, whatever is available with us. We can do African catfish also in biofloc. So both the species what we have we can do. And if you look at the nitrogen emission and carbon footprint calculations, this is highly technical, but what I will say in conclusion of this is, when you are producing tilapia or catfish in biofloc, there will be no carbon footprint coming, there will be no nitrogen emissions. In fact, you are gaining carbon credits. Like you are gaining, our fish is having a carbon credit on its name. That's the speciality of biofloc. So this is all very highly technical calculations which I just gave for an idea, so that you can see the carbon footprint per kg using electricity. So I think some part of the presentation is missing. Okay. So basically we are getting a carbon credit by growing tilapia in biofloc. Now let us see like how they look like. You can see this one. This is my biofloc project in Ivory Coast. Okay. And this one is my biofloc project in Mali. And this is the one which we are setting up in Ghana. All of them, they produce 1,000 tons of tilapia in a year, and we are just using only 6.5 acres or 6 acres of land to produce this quantity of fish. And even the investment cost also lesser than cages and lesser than other units. And the major part is we are going to have more profits than other production systems. Now the conclusion is like, biofloc technology will be the one and only food security model with the highest biosecurity, producing affordable fish protein for Africa. This is for sure. Maybe delayed, but this will be the future. And it can be done in urban areas. Also we need, as I said, only 6 acres of land to produce 1,000 tons of fish. So it's not a big task. I can do in the outskirts of any city also. And we need 14 meter cube per hour water supply only for this particular type of project. 14 cubic meter per hour water supply can produce 1,000 tons of fish in a year. This is one of the major important. We need 2.4 megawatt power per day for tilapia and up to 4 megawatt for catfish. Like this is the power requirement. And if we use solar power, then we get more carbon credits, and the payback for the solar investment is just 2 to 5 years. Like looking at the power tariff in some countries, it is like almost all 22 US cents per kilowatt hour. There the payback is like 2 hours. I'm investing $500,000 to produce 2.4 megawatt of power. The whole money is paid back. When I look at the power bill at 22 cents, my money will be paid back in 2 years. And moreover, I'm growing fish on green energy, where my carbon footprints are much better. So there I end my presentation. And these are my companies in different countries, like Volta Breams in Ghana, Fish and Feeds in Ghana, Mansfi Fisheries Private Limited in India, Merlion Aquatic Innovations in India, Nimba Fish Farms in Ivory Coast. These are my own, and we are doing some other private consultancy projects also. So I wish some interested people, either backyard or commercial, you show interest in biofloc so that you make money and we supply affordable tilapia to Ghanaians. Thank you.
Questions. So after the presentation from Dr. Amponsa, we would proceed with the discussion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Good morning once again. I hope that I'll be able to cut down the time. I see that we have so I will probably skip most of the things that he has said, then zoom into some of the questions that are critical. It's Ghana ready for modern agricultural systems or technologies? So can you please show me? I think we should give it up again for Dr. He's really for the students in agriculture. I believe that it's bringing back memories. Some of the FCR and all of the other things are going to setting up a system for agriculture production. So the question is Ghana, and I'll try and give some synopsis of what we expect to know as far as the answer is concerned. Then I think we can all discuss afterwards. All right. right. So let's have an outlook of Ghana's aquaculture. As we all know, we know of the dugouts. So we see that people will be doing this, somewhere they get a land nearby, with some water logging, and then they start digging ponds. And then you find, worst case, you find people lining their tanks, not so much. And then also, this comes up where you see people doing tanks and then changing water every few days or weeks to ensure that they can still stay healthy, having the fish grow well. So the aquaculture industry in Ghana currently contributes 5% to GDP. I don't know if it has changed, but that's the current value we are getting. And then it employs 10% of the population. That's what literature says. And unfortunately, Ghana still imports to the tune of over $311 million every year. So some of the money that could have been saved, instead of going to we are losing it through fish imports. That makes us 60% efficient in our fish supply. It tells you how the importation is really running the economy of Ghana as far as fish is concerned. We can also attest to the fact that there are challenges. Now the fisher folks are complaining. When they go to sea, they come back crying because they are not getting the stocks as expected. So we are having declining culture fisheries, and that also is worsened with the case of the freshwater sources. You realize that the issue of artisanal mining, uncontrolled galamsey, is actually creating a bigger issue than we can ever think of. And it's so big that, you see, when they put in all the chemicals, the cyanide and the mercury, you know where it ends up? On your table. So whoever uses the water after some weeks or after some months or after some years, still in all the water from the lands is to go white. So these are issues that are actually creating a problem for the sector. Now, FAO cited that by 2030, that's about how many years from now? 6 years. If we fish protein for the entire population in the world. And then, like Dr. Naga said, you see, when COVID came, you realize that now people are looking at how can I get fish nearby, because then all the borders are closed. So it tells you that these are challenges that we face. We pray that COVID does not come again. But in the unlikely event that we hit a pandemic of that nature, you know that these are the options we want to look at. Aquaculture comes in handy for people to start something. Now, the other side of it is that we know of the cage culture, and as a matter of fact, about 90% of the tilapia we consume here in Ghana is from the cage culture. Yes. And then we realize that the dugouts are also doing their bit to also give us something. But they also have challenges. Land availability, disease outbreaks, and water scarcity. For some people, when it's in the dry season, they can no longer, continue on the production. They have to hold till the next rainy season. Though all agricultural systems have the potential to overcome these challenges, we still find them in the minority. And I'm happy that here today we have learned so much. So what we say RAS, like I said, is done a lot of education on that. The idea is using mechanical or biological filtration to take out the waste from the water, so we can reuse the water. And then it also ensures that we have high stocking density as far as RAS is concerned. Key benefits: water efficiency, because you don't have to throw the water in. Once the system is installed, you can continue to recycle the water. You have control environment. That means that you can, pin down some of the biosecurity threats like diseases, outbreak, and all. Then all your own production, RAS can give you that benefit. When we look at the biofuel, like you said, I should have brought a hyphen. The beneficial bacteria converting waste in the water into feed. He said a lot, I already want to go back to that. Key benefits, we have the low water exchange, reduced feed costs, improved water quality. And I think that that is something that comes in handy when you are going for the biofuel. Now let's look at aquaponics. When you say aquaponics, it's a symbiotic relationship between fish and plants, where fish produce some useful element and then grow, and then you realize that continually you find it being recycled. It is very sustainable because then you can still produce vegetables and still produce fish, and that's one way to really stay, someone say, sufficient. You know, you can be self-sufficient even if you practice this at home. And it's also ideal for the urban areas, very ideal. I mean, someone can easily do an aquaponics in the backyard. And now, the economic impact of these modern agricultural technologies. The first one is that it creates jobs. Now, I know that most of you here are thinking, Charlie, how can I start something in agriculture business? You want to look at any of these options. And I believe that people are moving from, I tell people all the time that best time I don't know how to swim. So if you give me a pond, a dugout pond, the harvesting will be the challenge for me. So I want something that I can manage myself. And I believe that creates a lot of job from the production, from the hatchery to the production to the marketing to even those who do the restaurants, bringing it onto our tables. Increase production. With these systems, you can increase production. Like you said, the resource efficiency adding on, you realize that within the shortest possible time, you have fish ready for the market. One thing that I realized with the RAS, I'll show you something what we've been doing so far, is that whereas you require probably about 65 bags of feed to produce a ton of fish, with the RAS, you require half that capacity, the quantity of feed. So it tells you that about 50% savings on feed if you are using this. So increase production, all year round production, reduce environmental impact. You find the system being open to other sorts of pollution, so you are able to control. Then you save cost in water usage when you have these systems running. Unfortunately, there are some challenges, and I think Dr. Naga mentioned some few of them. Initial investment is not a joke. I must confess that if you really want to go in for business, the initial investment, it's not that easy for average Ghanaian, unfortunately, compared to the traditional homes. Technical expertise will be required, to be able to manage. If you are talking about bioflow and how to calculate putting in some of the bacteria, all these things need some time. You need that technical, ability to be able to do that, so make it more successful. And then energy requirement. It runs, like I said, if you keep your RAS or your bioflow not running for 1 hour, 2 hours, it might encounter some challenges that will be very devastating for your production. And then also the challenge we have is that once we are producing all the fish, marketing is now the challenge. How do I market my fish? So it's a big issue when it comes to assessing the modern agriculture technology. So people will call you, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, but I'm not getting marketed. So these are issues for us to think about. Now, the main question becomes again, is Ghana ready for modern agriculture technologies?
No.
Yes or no? Well, these are some of the indicators that I found from my research. We have some government initiatives that have come up. And I know that the FAO has a report on Ghana, the Ghana National Aquaculture Development Plan, GNADP, that highlights the kind of blueprint and the direction that Ghana should be going as far as aquaculture is concerned. And they've gone to the point where they are even canvassing for financial support for the sector. And I believe that that is a document the government has been able to spearhead to help with the promotion of aquaculture in Ghana. Now, there's also a recently completed National Aquaculture Center. As a sign of government commitment, there's that national center where people can go there to learn and see all the different systems of aquaculture, being used, and then students can go there and do their internship and learn on the job. Now, when it comes to the private sector, I know that Dr. Naga's business is, it's already doing something now in Ghana, okay? And then we have businesses like the Delta Technologies, One Testing Ventures. You can name them. Which other businesses are here helping agriculture? Oh, we can mention you are here. Glyco Insurance. You are insuring agriculture. Let's clap for Glyco. They're being fantastic. I saw that yesterday and I was so at peace. I said now we can have insurance for our work. So you can insure your farm, and that can come in handy for those who might have issues. Anything can happen. It's business. There are risks, but they are there to manage the risk. Then we have the Chamber of Aquaculture Ghana. Let's clap for them. I'm happy to find my own CEO here. He's here, my brother Jacob. He's doing fantastic advocacy, training, bringing us, opening us up to new, opportunities and leveraging on the linkages. That is one way, I must say, the private sector is also supporting. And also, there are several other activities that I can't list everything. But if your name is not mentioned, please forgive me. It's not intentional. Alright, so we also have growing awareness. Now everyone wants to go. I want to tell people that now aquaculture is a new goal for Ghana's agriculture. It's an untapped goal that if we are able to come up, and take it seriously, we will really change the narrative for the economy. And that is why some of you are here trying to find other ways and see what is available for people to use. Now, changing the narrative, One Testing Ventures over the years, we've been using this locally developed RAS technology. Since 2014, we have a partnership with Embrapa in North Brazil, and since that time we've taken up. And we are ensuring that you can actually grow fish in your backyard using the RAS. Something simple you can run with. And over the years, it has gone through a lot of revolution, changing the designs here and there, perfecting every now and then. As I speak with you, there's another design coming up. Based on the feedback from clients, we are able to come down to the table and then do the designs and then come back with much robust and more efficient systems. And it's really taking territories and helping people really produce fish. 2015 we started like this. You see, building fish tanks with bamboo and locally available materials. Instead of building them, we use them for fish ponds. And then 9 years on, we find ourselves doing a lot of things with different materials available. Now we have our best-selling product that's a collapsible system of fish tanks with a RAS installed. People are doing this in their homes as part of their landscape. You can use your tiles to do the ponds. We set up the system for you, and you are running with it. So far, I must say that it's been a fantastic journey. One Testing Ventures, we have a stand down there. You can see what we do. Talk to any of our guys there. And in conclusion, I must say that Ghana is poised for growth in modern agriculture. That one will not. With careful planning, these are the critical things we need to look out for. With careful planning, investment and support, the RAS, the biofloc, and the aquaponics can transform the agriculture sector and also help the economic standing of the country. These technologies offer a path towards sustainable food production, like Dr. said, economic growth, and improved livelihoods. So if you eat without meat, then you know what will happen to you. If you eat without protein, you know what will happen to you. So everyone needs protein in their diet. Now, a call to action. I believe that this could be a food for thought. Encourage investment in research and development. It's very critical. It's an aspect that we have not been doing so well about. People will think of technology and they want to just practice without any research. And it's dangerous. Because when you get to a point, you get locked, and that is the end. So I'm happy we can work together, see how we can come up with something that will really revolutionize the agriculture sector. Then we support training programs for farmers and technicians. Train, and train. It's important we do that. Don't just leave people, on their own. And I'm happy to say that One Testing Ventures have been offering free trainings and technical support for people who come to us. anytime, just so that we can create awareness for people to know how to go into the venture, and that's something that we are doing. The fourth one is that we want to facilitate access to financing for aquaculture projects, and I believe that Granco will add to what we are doing in the package, so that young ones, you know, even like myself, we can come to you, give us some money, and we start something, you know, and help the aquaculture sector. So thank you very much. And the last one I'm saying is that we will promote public-private partnerships to drive innovation. We cannot do all this alone as private sector. We need the public institutions, the research institutions, we need the universities to come on board, and then the government institutions, organizations to also join us so that we can push this through and through to change the narrative for Ghana's agriculture. So on that note, I end my presentation. I say thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Shadrach Amposa. So on this note, I would invite the two presenters back on stage. We will take our seat, and then in the next few minutes, we would have a discussion on whether Ghana is indeed ready for such modernized, intensive production systems. So I will ask a few questions. Then after that, I will come to the delegates to also ask their questions. But I will just want to remind you that the session is online on YouTube, Aquaculture Ghana 2024. It is also on Facebook, and it is also on Zoom Live. So you can share the link, go online, share the link with your friends who are not here so they can also participate or join the session. So very wonderful presentations, and I think with such intensive system, if Ghana adopts, we are likely to see our fish production going up and even possibly reducing the amount of imports in terms of fish that we bring into the country. Because if you look at the volumes and then the amounts of money that is spent, that is quite huge, $311 billion US. This is money that we can tap into should we improve our intensification. However, in both presentations, one thing I notice is that these are systems that are solely reliant on electricity. So with Ghana's current energy supply in terms of electricity, can we really adopt bioflux system and also the recirculating aquaculture system? So maybe okay then, sure.
See, like first of all, if you come to me, I was growing tilapia in cages till 2017. Then I started doing pond culture in 2018. Why did I do that? Why did I come to ponds? Because I was unable to control the theft in my cages. I was losing fish. I was growing fish, somebody is coming and harvesting. That was the first reason. And then the cost of production. The cost of production in cages high because of its FCR 1.9. So I thought if I come to ponds, my FCR will come down. Yeah, it has come down from 1.7 to 1.3. So that 0.4 FCR is my profit sustainability. Now today, if you look at the price of tilapia, what has been sold by Fijian, they are selling for $2. Now, even if I am producing in ponds also, I can't make profit. Selling fish at $2. Now I am searching, like I've been started, like I will be advanced than the scenario by 2 years. So we planned like this situation will come, and one day where the Chinese competitors will come and they will slash the price to even $1.50. So we planned in advance that how do we tackle them? I can only tackle them if my cost of production comes down. So how it will come down? It will come down only if I reduce my FCR. How do I reduce my FCR? If I go for bioflow. So we took the plane. Like, you know, we just take the pain and we did our research. We did R&D for 2 years before we are investing money into this particular business. And we got the result. Now today I can produce my fish for $1 direct cost. Salaries will stay same. I can compete. I will challenge Chinese tilapia. Yes, I will sell for $1.50. Come and compete with me. This is all about competition. How do you sustain in competition? Now you are asking about the energy sources. The one good thing in when I'm comparing Mali, Ivory Coast, and Ghana and Congo like that, we have made a profile of countries in Africa, which country is supplying power at a lower cost. Zambia supplies power at the lowest cost than anybody. It's like negligible. Whereas the highest is in Mali, 22 cents per kilo. Ghana is somewhere around, I think, 10 to 12 cents or 14 cents per kilo now. 14 cents per kilo. So that gives me a choice where I should spend. And yesterday I was mentioning to somebody, to produce 1 kilo fish, I will be spending only 0.6 kilowatt hour. So 1 kilowatt hour is 2 Ghana cedis right now. Maybe the commercial rate is 2 Ghana cedis now, effectively for us. So 0.6 will be like 1.2 Ghana cedis, somewhere like that. So 1.2 Ghana cedi power cost is not a big power cost for me.
Okay.
And now you are also again asking about the sustainable energy. We are working on that also. We are already going for solar in Mali by December. It costing us $500,000. There are agencies who are going to finance for solar because the project, the solar power itself is paying them back. In Ghana, it may take 3.5 to 4 years because the power bill, like it is only 14 cents here. But in Mali, it is paying me in 2.5 years. Why will not I go for investment as a private sector? So, see, there will be limitations for in every area. But the intention is like, why I am doing this? Why should I do that? Now, I will say like, where will you gain? Now, I am producing my tilapia with a carbon credit. You know, the airlines people has to, what the airlines people is doing, whenever you travel, they will be on your ticket how much carbon footprint you are giving yourself by traveling that flight journey. The airlines are having a lot of carbon emissions. They have to neutralize it. What they are doing? They are buying the forests in Tanzania, Kenya, Cuba to get their nitrogen carbon emissions zeroed. Now, the rule is, if I am producing a fish with a carbon credit, they need to buy fish from me and serve in all the meals in their flight journeys. So I will sell for $10 to the airlines people. Because I am giving them carbon credits. They take my carbon credits to neutralize their carbon emissions. This is the future game. We are 10 years advanced. Now today one carbon credit is $5. After 5 years they are saying one carbon credit will be $50. Why should I sell my fish? I will sell my carbon credits and get my money. It's the future. We are going ahead into the future and planning ourselves like that. There will be renewable green energy in Ghana also in very soon. The way the electric cars have come into the picture. How many years? 5 years? 6 years? So the change is inevitable. The development is inevitable. It may be a slow or a delay, but it is inevitable. So we are getting ready for that with these modern systems.
Oh, I think he said so much. What I would just say is that in summary, it's about benefit cost, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if your benefit outweighs the cost, then you can go in for other sources of power or electricity to be able to run your business. So if you think that it's not reliable, the ECG is not helping, and you need solar, you go for solar. If you need generators, you go for generators. It's all about, unfortunately, it is the consumer that bears, exactly like you said.
Yeah.
But I'm interested in the carbon credit, how we can also buy into getting some, if it's that good, then we should all go that line. And then we can use it to neutralize some of the costs that is coming up and all. It's something interesting we can probably take up after here. All right.
Yeah, I think that is quite, oh, please, if you want to give it out to them, please kindly do that. Because I think that is quite interesting, because I think most of us might have not thought along that line how these modern aquaculture systems can help you gain some carbon credit to make more money. So it even buffers you up in terms of the sales of the fish. Yeah, so I think that is quite interesting to bring that up. But then I want to ask, the recirculating aquaculture system, the initial capital required, how is it like on commercial basis, not for just let me say yes, for home consumption? If you want to do it on a commercial basis, how is it like?
So I have a small flyer here, and we have the home consumption setups, 100, 200, 300 pieces, and we can have up to 2,000 pieces of catfish. It's ranging between 9,000 to 42,000. That's from the 100 to the 2,000. It depends on what you want. Now, if you want to start small, someone will say, I'm a small business startup. I want to grow catfish. I want to grow tilapia. You should be looking somewhere 25,000. And it's a full package. That comes with a tank, the RAS setup. You get 1,000 pieces of catfish, 30 bags of fish feed. Transport is covered. Nets, we give you training, and then the technical support is also for free. And it comes in handy for everyone who wants to start the RAS technology. Right. Thank you.
Okay.
So maybe when we are done, I can share some of the flyers with
Sure.
those who are interested.
Good.
Right.
Yeah. So, Dr. Morali, in terms of the initial capital for the bioflog, is it something that somebody can easily adopt at their backyard and also do it?
See, I don't know about backyard, like I do all commercial projects. My projects are like to produce 1,000 tons of fish from bioflog. You need an investment of nearly 1.2 to 1.5 million dollar.
Oh.
So that's the capital investment. So when we are talking about only one unit, like we have imported one single unit to Chennai in India, which is like 10-meter diameter tank, which is almost all like 110 cubic meter of water, and you can produce 1 ton of tilapia in that, or you can produce nearly almost all 3 tons of catfish in that, and that has costed us roughly around $1,200. So what he mentioned with like 25,000 or 30,000 CDs is like $2,000.
Okay.
With that $2,000, they can install a system in their house and they can produce nearly like catfish is like 2 crops in a year. They can produce almost all 6 to 8 tons of catfish in a year, like
Okay.
8,000 pieces. So that's what, like, see, the budget is not a problem at all. It is actually, in practical terms, it is lesser than ponds and lesser than cages.
Okay.
Capital cost.
Oh, okay. Sure. Good. Then in your presentation, you indicated that the bioflux system you are producing about 1,000 tons of fish. I think that is quite a huge amount of fish over there. And I was thinking, the bioflux system, does it run without any feed inputs? When I say feed inputs, I mean the complete feeds or the complete diets we buy from the market. Does the bioflux run without any feed inputs?
No. Bioflok requires feed, but the FCR will be reduced. Like if in pond cages, if it is 1.9, if it is RAS 1.9, if it is ponds, it is 1.3. In bioflok, it will be 1:1.
Oh.
So we are substituting the flock with the rest of the remaining FCR. That's all.
Okay, so which means you will still need to buy some feed, but
Yes,
your
we
cost
will-
of
we will.
feed
Yes.
would go down
Yeah.
because
and
the
again,
fish is finding
earlier
other
also
sources.
you asked like how do we reduce the imports? Like why are we importing? Because tilapia is $3 and the imported fish is $1, $1.2. So if I am able to produce the fish and sell for $1.2, then we need not import. People will buy fish from us only.
Yeah.
So how do we do that? Though, see, Ghana has closed the doors for alien species which can be produced cheaper, like pangasius or other things. So if they open the doors, we can produce the fish much cheaper and we can supply it locally. But again, they have their concerns of biosecurity or biodiversity. If this fish goes into the natural ecosystem, it will disturb the other ones. Right now, either bioflok or RAS, they will assure the biosecurity that no fish will go outside.
Yeah.
So the government also has to look into whether they should allow these biosecured projects like RAS and bioflok to go for alien species, which can bring down the price of fish and give a variety choice of fish to Ghanaians.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. So I will come to the delegates. Please, if you have a question, you are free to put up your hand, and then we will bring you the mic. Then. Okay. The cost of production per tonnage, per pack, per package. Is it for the recirculating aquaculture system? I think. Yeah, so, okay, so the person is asking that if they could know the cost
Okay.
per package.
All
I
right.
think you mentioned that for
Yes.
the home,
Yes.
1 unit, something
so,
like that.
So the most patronized setup is a 1,000 capacity tank that goes for 25,000, and that comes with the tank, the RAS system, 1,000 pieces of catfish, 30 bags of fish feed. Transport is covered, installation cost anywhere in Ghana. We supply the scoop nets, the harvesting net. We give you the technical support and training, and then also ensure that you get everything you need anytime you call on us. So that is a current price for the 1,000 capacity. But we have other capacity. We can do 5,000, 10,000, depends on the request from the client.
From the client.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Probably we can share that later on online for them to see.
Sure.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Doc.
But now, Anna, how can the ordinary farmer get access to the flocks? Because you need a flock to do the inoculation and other activities that are associated with it. Can you just explain and walk us through the cost implication and the to the ordinary farmer? Thank you very much.
Yeah, before doing our R&D, we were also in this misbelief. Where do we get this flock? So after researching, we found out that we can develop our own flock. We have developed our flock in two ways. Like we have ponds, you know our site. So in those ponds, we have chosen the best pond where we get a very good crop and every time which has no much problems. We brought an inoculation from the soil. We enriched with the urea and all, our Vishal has did that. And we developed a bacterial strain from that which we used as a flock strain. And after that, one of my friends said, even without putting a flock inoculation, you can develop your own flock. Just stock the fish in the fresh water, okay, normal water. The fish will be associated with some bacteria. The water will be associated with some bacteria. Just keep adding feed and keep adding carbon. The flock will develop by itself. That also has happened. And that also did good. Then what we face, another problem is every carbon source when you add, it has some bacteria associated with that. Like when you add rice bran, it has aspergillus with that. That has created a problem for us in tilapia farming blisters on the tail like that. So there we thought, okay, if we are allowing the flock to come from wild, where we are not having any control, it can create problems. Then I told one of my friend in India that can he prepare a flock base for me. He prepared, and now we are using that flock base, inoculum. We are using a commercial inoculum now, and I will tell you, when we are using the wild inoculum, in 30 days, my tilapia fry grow from fry stage like 0.01 grams to 0.35 grams. Okay? But when I use the commercial inoculum, the same fry grow from 0.01 to 1.28 grams. So that is the difference between a commercial inoculum and a natural inoculum. But what we will say, if somebody is interested to go for biofloc, we will give them inoculum. That's not a problem. We will give inoculum from our farm. Nothing, we will give it for free.
Yes. So I'll take one more question from. I'll take one more from the floor, and then I think our time is up, so we need to round this up. Any more questions? Okay, then all right, sure. Please, I think the microphone is not working.
As compared to this biofloc system and the pond that we are using right now. In the cages, we install our cage, we bring the fish inside, we feed them, we harvest. Now, biofloc, even buying the materials, installation, power is very costly. How are we going to do this? We are not able to do the cages, and we are going into biofloc system. But my suggestion is, it shouldn't be like companies should be training people on this, but especially the Fisheries Commission can also start something. It shouldn't be like a seminar they'll be organizing for youth or students, but at least 3 months in a year, 6 months in a year, they can help us, because some of us are very, very interested in it, interested in doing those biofloc system. So please, they can help us. Otherwise, as our presenter said, aquaculture is becoming one of the goals that everybody wants to go into. They should help us to do it so that Ghana too, we can do something for our country. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So, I think if you are interested, after this, in fact, they will still be around. They will still be around, and so I would recommend that you see them, and I'm sure they'll be able to have a good arrangement with you to help you to also set up your biofloc or your RAS system. Our time is fast spent, but there was a question I wanted to ask about management practice of these systems. How is it like in 1 minute for the biofloc, in 1 minute RAS? What is the management like?
See, management is like, it's a highly technical. It's a highly technical management. I'll say, like, whenever a cigarette packet is sold, like cigarette smoking is injurious to health, biofloc is also same.
Thank you very much.
That was a very brief one.
Yeah.
All right. So with the RAS, I must say that it's very easy the way we have sized it down. Someone talked about power requirement and all. In fact, we are using 100 watts of power requirement. All right. So there's an 85 watt pump and then a 15 watt pump. That power is one doing the recirculating and then one doing the return. You see, so we realize that when the waste is collected, all you do is assist it by opening the valve, and then the waste goes out under pressure, and then the system is cleared. You close it, the system keep running, and that's all you do, and then you feed. So the management is as easy as you can think of, not so technical as you would expect. In fact, the ones that I have at home, my kids, 10 years, they manage the pond. And it tells you how we've been able to bring all these things down. We considered all these things. That's why we went in for the RAS. And I must say that if you spend just about 10 minutes at a time, you clean the system, and then it keeps running. You can just go about your normal duties and then come back again later on in the evening. Right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I think our time is up, and I want to say a very big thank you to our presenters or our panel, Dr. Naga Morali of Fish and Feed, and Dr. Shadrach Amponsa of One Testy Ventures. Thank you very much for your time spent with us this morning. It's been very productive. Thank you very much, delegates. We bring our session to an end. Thank you. So we will move straight to the next session, which will be a brief presentation on the, I think on the program we have the Blue Food Partnership Ghana Initiative, sharing solutions, lessons learned, and next steps. So if the presentation is ready, I think I'm the one to do this, so I'll just continue. Okay. So at the same time, in the other room, the innovation room, I think, there is the student and youth forum that is also happening. So the students here, I think that this is one of the sessions you should be interested in. So the student and youth forum is happening in the, I think, the industry room, seminar room 1, skills requirement for securing a job in the aquaculture industry. I think you should be interested in this. And so if you are here and you want to really know the skills, if you're a student, I think you should take part in this particular session. The speakers are going to be Mr. Paul Ako. I think he's the HR from Tropo Farms. And then we have Professor Daniel Ejei Boatin, a professor from KNOST. We have Dr. Sam Ado also from the University of Ghana. These academicians have been involved in trainings, a lot of training, giving a lot of training opportunities to professionals in fisheries and then aquaculture. And so I think they are the right people who can really talk to this subject matter. But briefly on the Blue Food Partnership Ghana initiative. This was an initiative or a project, a pilot project that was run or implemented or hosted by the Chamber of Aquaculture Ghana. And the project is a World Economic, or it is sponsored by the World Economic Forum, and one of their platforms, Friends of Ocean Action. But it is funded by the Blue Planet Fund of the UK government. So I'll just go through it briefly. We will please the next slide. Okay, let me use this. Okay, so the Blue Food Partnership is an initiative from the World Economic Forum that brings together actors from the private sector, non-profits and international organizations, the scientific community, and then governments. And my pointer doesn't seem to be working. Okay, so on this particular initiative, the Blue Food Partnership Initiative, it's a global a global consortium that puts together the global sustainable aquaculture roadmap. And in that roadmap, we had the responsible, or they came up with 4 pathways for which through which we seek to promote sustainable aquaculture. But then there are 4 pathways that were developed that aquaculture should aquaculture toe this direction could be beneficial for the global industry. And these 4 pathways were responsible production, and the idea is to improve aquaculture production to make it more sustainable. Then the second one was through better livelihoods, that people and then communities that are involved in aquaculture production should have better livelihoods, and also the working environment for these people and then the communities where aquaculture is practiced should be improved. Then there is another pathway on healthy consumption, where here we seek to provide consumers with access to responsible and healthy farmed blue food choices. Then the last one is enabling environment, where we seek to equip the aquaculture sector for a changing world. So from the global, they then brought it down to the local or at the country level. So, and Ghana was the first country that was selected to pilot this Blue Food Partnership. And so in Ghana, the pilot project was the Blue Food Partnership Ghana initiative, which I believe that a good number of you or some of you were part of this. So in Ghana, what happened was that the project began in last year, May. Please, if you can help me from there, it looks like the sensor. Okay, so last year, June, we began the Blue Food Partnership Ghana initiative, and it started with the development of a landscape analysis of the aquaculture industry in Ghana. And then we proceeded to launch a multi stakeholder partnership platform, which consisted of almost about 50 different aquaculture industry actors in Ghana. But before that, the team that were involved in this particular project had contacted over 100 aquaculture industry players in Ghana, and 50 of them showed interest in being part of this platform. From there, the team went ahead to co-create the aquaculture action plan, or what we call the Blue Food Partnership Action Plan. So what they did was that there was engagement with the industry to understand the priorities of the industry or the challenges of the industry, and based on the challenges that the industry players themselves proposed were what they think that if we can come up or if we can have solutions to these challenges, we should be able to see a sustainable aquaculture industry. So they developed based on those challenges or priorities that were proposed by the industry. There was the co-creation of the Blue Food Partnership Ghana Action Plan, which through this action plan, there were 2 task forces that were established, and these task forces were mandated or tasked with implementing or delivering the solutions that the action plans have come up with. Then lastly, in March just this year, the project ended with the lessons learned and then the good practices. So I will move on to the next slide. So what the project achieved so far was the engagement of about 159 stakeholders, of which 49 joined the Blue Food Partnership platform. Then there was the Blue Food Partnership Ghana Action Plan, just as I have already said. And then there was an outreach to the global networks to partner with the expertise here in Ghana to undertake the Blue Food Partnership Ghana initiative. So the global networks, we had Bioma. So those of you who know a lot about the global aquaculture industry, one of the leading producers of fish feed in Europe, or let me say in fact in the world, is Bioma, who opted that they would want to be part of the Blue Food Partnership Ghana initiative in Ghana. And then lastly, we had events, communication, awareness raising, among others, for the partnership. So what I would zoom in to talk a little bit about the task forces that were formed. So there were 2 main task forces that were formed based on the action plan. And then the first task force was on fish health. On fish health, because fish diseases, concerns about biosecurity were one of the priorities, or was one of the priorities that really came out very strongly during the engagement time with the industry. And so when the action plan was developed, the action plan also had to focus on what the industry said was their priority. And so a task force was created to deliver the solutions that were proposed in the action plan. So the fish health task group was mandated to assess the needs and then map innovations that can contribute to enhance fish disease prevention, as well as knowledge sharing around data management technologies and solutions. So members of the fish health and then quality data management task force were the African golden tilapia. This is a fish farm. We also had the aquatic life solutions. We have Aquamet technologies as part of the fish health task force. Then we also have CFAS, the Center for Environment, Fisheries and Aquaculture Science. This is an international organization, but they have an office in Ghana as well. And they are also a UK-based organization. In fact, I think currently they are running a number of projects in Ghana. We also have representatives from the Fisheries Commission who are also part of this particular task force, especially the fish health unit of the Fisheries Commission. Then we have Flow Cell Farms also as part of the task force. We have VERBAC. VERBAC is into vaccines for the aquaculture industry, and we have the Water Resources Commission also contributing as a member of the task force. So at the end of the day, the task force developed this particular document, which is titled Fish Health Monitoring, Prevention, Management in Ghana, and Needs Assessment. So they conducted a needs assessment on fish health in Ghana, and so they developed, so they looked at what is currently available in terms of fish health, and then they looked at what the industries, or where the industry seeks to get to in terms of fish health. Then they looked at what is missing between what is currently available and where we seek to be, and then they developed this needs assessment to propose what needs to be done in order to get to where we want to be. The second task force is on product awareness. So product awareness is also one thing that came up very strongly because we had a number of the industry players, especially farmers, who were complaining that they have fish, they produce fish, especially the catfish farmers, they produce fish and they don't get buyers. It appears that people even don't know that there are farms that are producing fish and all that, and so marketing was one thing that came out very, very strongly about farmed fish. And again, people didn't really know a lot about the nutritional benefits of consuming farmed fish, and there were a lot of misconceptions as well that for farmed fish they are not very tough, they are not that. So we realized that okay, product awareness or creating a lot of awareness about farmed fish is also one thing that we can also promote or push for, in the sense that if we promote the farmed fish, there is a ripple effect that the entire value chain benefits. If people are consuming more farmed fish, it means that the farmer must produce more fish. If the farmer is producing more fish, it means he or she is buying more fingerlings from the hatcheries. If he or she is producing more fish, it also means that the feed industries are also going to benefit from it, because then they will be buying more feed. That also means that other input sellers, or that will also lead to intensification of aquaculture in Ghana, and so input sellers would all also have their share of the market. Again, product awareness could also contribute greatly to developing the value chain post-harvest. So then we have the cold chain, people also coming in, because now when people are becoming more aware, then there is a need for other sub-industries within the post-harvest value chain to be developed, especially for the aquaculture industry. So this task force were tasked to raise awareness around different local farmed blue food products, including sustainability and food safety messaging for producers, processors, retailers, and then distributors. I think this is very important, because I remember I had an engagement with one man. He came into Ghana. He wanted to set up a farm, and I don't know who he spoke to, but by the time he got to me, a lot has been said to him about farmed fish in Ghana. He wanted to go into processing, but somehow he met somebody who told him that the fish they produce in Ghana, especially the farm, contains a lot of heavy metals. And he was thinking about that because of that, he thinks that he needs to hold on with his investment to be sure that he can find somebody who can produce fish that is devoid of heavy metals. I said, where did you hear this? I tried to push him, but he didn't want to mention who said this. So I think that for us as an industry, we need to talk about the quality of the farm fish that we produce for both tilapia and then the catfish. In terms of the membership of this task force, we have Antana Farms who offered to be part of this task force. We had the Aquaculture Stewardship Council. This is an international organization that is into certification of aquaculture farms, fish and fish products. In fact, the entire aquaculture industry, if you look at the value chain, they have developed standards for the industry. Then we have Bioma, who also decided that they want to be part of this particular task force. Then we have Country Care Network, Count on Crop Hub, Department of Marine and Fisheries Science of the University of Ghana. We have Development Action Association. This is a women's organization. We have Food Link, and then the Ghana Chefs Association also offering to be part of this task force. We have Latman Farms, Tropo Farms, the leading fish tilapia producer in Ghana, also opted to be part of this task force. Then we have Neutral Agribusiness also as a member of this task force. So at the end of the day, or at the end of the pilot project, this task force came up with a proposal or a business plan on Farmed Fish Festival. In fact, the name is still decided on. That Ghana, for us to be able to really promote our farm fish very well, there is a need to have some kind of an annual Farmed Fish Festival, where here we are not only going to just sell tilapia in raw form or in grilled form, but we are also going to promote the development of different products. I think yesterday I saw something like, is it fish? Is it what did they call it? There was a woman here who had developed, is it the fish? I've forgotten the name of this thing. What? Sausage. No, not a sausage, but it was something like a crackers. Yes, yeah, something like that, which I think was quite innovative. So we want to push for more of such product diversification within the system. And when this also happens, it is proposed or it is anticipated that it will drive the production of more fish. And once more fish is being produced, the ripple effects would also be felt along the entire value chain. So this is the proposal, the product from the Product Awareness Task Force. And in fact, on 28th of February this year, they tested this particular idea with a workshop that happened at the Labadi Beach Hotel with the One Health Aquaculture workshop, which was organized by CEFAS. And this Farm Blue Food Festival, the mini one or the test one, happened at the British High Commission on the 28th of February. However, the business plan for the 2025 event, which the date is yet to be determined, is still being refined, so that come 2025, we can organize the first farmed fish festival, or the F3 festival for the aquaculture industry in Ghana. Okay, thank you very much. So if you have any inquiries, you can contact the Chamber of Aquaculture on this particular project. However, I want to say that we are still open for more ideas. So if you want to be part of this task force, any of these two task forces, you are welcome to contact the chamber. We need ideas to be able to, in fact, organize the first Farm Fish Festival. And this festival, the dream, the vision is big. We are also hoping to even partner with the Ghana Tourism Organization to make it a very huge festival, like they do with the Wachi Festival and then all that, so that at least farm fish from Ghana would also have a very good position in the country. Thank you very much, and I think I will leave 2 to 3 minutes for questions. Yes. So I have one hand here, then another hand at the back. So please, the first person. There's a microphone here. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay.
I think you try silencing my question at the later part of the presentation, because when I saw the composition of the team, one typical example where you kept a Department of Marine and Fishery Science Legon, I was thinking that you make it either public universities, so that there will be a representative from all the public universities who are into aquaculture and fishery sciences. So if we have representative from all these sessions on that board, in that unit, I think there will be ideas. Secondly, you specify certain fish farms, which I think if you make it fish farms, but you have certain representative from all all the major farms across the country, I think that one will be fine. Secondly, you are more of I saw that it's more of the cage farms, but what of the inland also? Those tanks, ponds, and other things. They also contribute to the farm fish that we eat. So if you could look at it that way, it could holistically help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me just address that, then the next question. So the task force you are seeing, these are farms or organizations or institutions during the pilot phase of the project. They opted or they decided to be parts of the multi stakeholder partnership platform. And through that platform, the action plan that was developed, they also offered to be part of the task forces to implement the solution. However, this Farmed Fish Festival we are talking about, the chamber is still in the process looking for people to be part of various committees to implement this kind of festival. And it is not only going to be the people or the names you saw. In fact, they championing it, but we need a lot of workforce to be able to do the kind of festival they were proposing. So I'm sure the chamber will get to all those institutions and then the farms you are talking about. And the farms you are even seeing there, some are from the western region. There's a catfish farm, Antana Farms. He is from the western region, and there was another farm. Country Care is also from the western region as well. DA is at Wager. It's a women's group, yes, association who are into fish processing. So, but it is still open. It is not closed. It is still open. So if you know of any institution that will be interested in being part of this, please, you are welcome to contact the chamber.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Thank you, sir. So, sir, you see all the points that you just mentioned. I didn't hear any of them coming from the north. So please, maybe you can factor UDS.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry, I came late, so I don't know if it was part of your presentation. Now, the whole world is talking about ICT and digitalization. I want to find out if this space has a role as far as this aquaculture is concerned. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I would attempt. I think the presentation wasn't about that, but there's a component of what you just asked where regarding the fish health task force, the needs assessment they did. One thing they found was that digitalization was missing in terms of fish health management in the aquaculture industry in Ghana. So there is a number of proposals made, or a number of innovative ideas that they have proposed. Already there is some organizations or institutions or companies in Ghana that are into digitalization, trying to help remote extension services they are giving to agric farmers on that, but we don't see that a lot in the aquaculture industry. And in that document there is a proposal like that over there. So the digitalization is a component of the fish health or of the needs assessment that the fish health task force have also developed. Okay. All right. I think the time is fast spent, and so I will end the session over here. The next session is on risk. It's on aquaculture risk management and the role of insurance. So we have an insurance company, the Glyco Insurance, here to talk to us, and we have a farmer also here. So I think there will be a presentation first, then after the presentation they will sit down to receive questions from the participants or from delegates or from you. So without much ado, I would want to invite the presenters, Mr. Evans Danso, who is a farmer, and then Miss Portia Abuabia Anom, if I'm right. Yes, yeah, to give us her presentation. So I think we would first take the presentation from Flocell Farms, Mr. Evans, if you have a presentation, or you don't have a presentation. So then we will want Glyco Insurance, yeah, to give us their presentation. Thank you very much. Yeah, so whilst they prepare to start, so in fact this session we have something we call the fire starts. So we will have the farmer, Flowcell Farms, talking about how aquaculture without because or how insurance or how farmers are being challenged in terms of their farming operations and the need for insurance. But before that, there is another session, the Wish Farmers Day. So if you are here and you take this particular session to be part of it, it will be happening in the first room, in the seminar room 1, and so please kindly join the Wish Farmers Day whilst we also look at the risk management in aquaculture. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning, my colleague Portia.
Good morning.
So this morning we want to spend the time together discussing on the risks that are associated with our sector. So I've outlined some few here that I will mention. I'm sure everybody can relate to, because over the years the industry has been challenged in several ways. The past 10 to 15 years was not easy for all the farmers. So I'll try to outline quite a few of them. We've tried a lot of efforts to find solutions to share the risk. It's not been very easy until recently. That we've had our colleagues Glyco Insurance sitting here with me, testing the waters to see how they can come in. We've had Gersal also trying to help with the insurance aspect. We have personally been involved with Gersal, but we share all that experience on this platform, and then we see what to do. So the first risk that I list here is the environmental risk, which is the risk of the ecosystem, the risk of pollution, the risk of habitat destruction, and then most important one that has impacted a lot of since the past 6-7 years. We first had strep, I think it was 2009, survivals between 40 to 50 if you are lucky, and sometimes was even sinking more than that. But then with the ISKMV was the worst one, and we were getting survivals between 5 to 10% if we were a very good farmer. Sometimes you lose your entire stock. So if we had to probably stock 100,000 fish, you probably will have to be working with a million fingerlings, probably 2 million fries, to be able to get something close to 100,000 to put in your cages. And that drained a lot of the farmers. Then there is the economic risk that we also had, the risk of the unstable currency, the exchange rates, because majority of the input to the industry, particularly the feed, is imported. The ingredients are all imported, so there's the risk of the currency. So a lot of even the investors were shying away from that. There is the market risk because we were competing a lot with other kinds of fish that were imported, usually at lower prices, and they found their way to the table before the tilapia because they don't have the same cycle like the tilapia or catfish that we produce. Then there was the regulatory aspect, which we also considered risk because we didn't see the regulators to be as firm as they should be. I'll give a typical example. As a Ghanaian, you cannot just pop up in Shanghai or Guangzhou and then just start a fish farm the way you want. It's so easy here, and our colleagues from other parts of the world easily step here and take every single space and offer unnecessary competitions because maybe even lending rates is cheaper in their country. They can get loans at 2 to 3% in their country. Meanwhile, here we have to get it at 50% now. So you cannot play the same game like this. And then there is the social risk. The guys who can just come in the middle of the night and rip your cage apart and take about 10 tons or 20 tons of fish from your cage. We've had that a couple of times. And even if you succeed in going to court with them, maybe the they can give them 2 years imprisonment or fine them 600 Ghana cedis. My good friend Mark Amechi Tropo was a lot peace one time. There was a guy who stole about 2 kgs from him and was taken to court. And the 2 kgs was about 60 tons of fish, 60 tons, if not more, of fish. And the guys were fined for 600 cedis. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So regulatory-wise as well, there is that kind of risk. And there is the community conflicts that we also face. And then the water quality one as well. Lastly will be the risk of, should I even say the act of God, which is usually not the case, like what VRA induced on the farms last October, what was unleashed. A lot of the farms were very heavily hit. I see water research here. When I saw Dr. Etonyo on the TV, he was almost crying because the whole farm was flooded. And it's not like mine was better. Flossel had the same issue. We had water levels rising to almost 9 meters, like the height of this room, literally. And some of our cages we had to go catch from the sea with the help of the Ghana Navy. So these are the challenges we face. And this is not bearable by the farmer alone. You know, even the risk of genetics was there because a lot of the bull stock went away. And this applied to literally every farm. This is not the risk that the farmer can bear alone. And so we are glad to have our good friend Portia here from the insurance company. Let's see what they have to tell us and what is the possibility of working together with them.
Yes, but yeah, Evans, before Portia comes in, I want to ask you, as a farmer, so what should the farmers do? Because you know all this risk. So what should the fish farmer do to mitigate, especially, you know, that there was also a disease outbreak even before the VRA or the Akosomo Dam issue that also comes. So what should farmers do before insurance come in? What should farmers do to mitigate some of these?
Well, farmers have improved. When I look at the quality of knowledge that the farmers have now, as compared to what they have 10, 15 years ago, is very vast. Okay. There has been a lot of improvement, and even in the skills of husbandry. So farmers learn to manage the fish a lot better now, and so the disease issues don't have the same impact like they used to be. Yeah, that disease issue was there. A lot of it was because of skill challenges, but a lot of this can be improved, you know, by farmer taking up a course or sitting in a session. But you cannot do anything about the risk one, like the flood one, for instance, or even the social one, the economic one, like the currency challenges. Or now, for example, we used to bring our fish feed from Skirting or Ala Aqua, and now you pay taxes close to your duties you pay on a container of feed, which is just about 26 tons, is almost 52%. Oh. So this, there is nothing the farmer can do about. You know, this, even your nets, we used to buy a bundle of 100-yard net for close to 4,500 cedis, but it's close to 15,000. There's nothing the farmer can do about this. So this risk is completely out of the hand of the farmer. But there are some technical ones like husbandry, health management, that the fish farmer can manage using improved skills of husbandry.
Okay. So then, Miss, I don't know whether Miss is okay or Mrs. Anu. Mrs. Okay, great, thank you. So how can, or what role can insurance play in mitigating the impacts of the risk that Mr. Danso has narrated?
So thank you very much. My name is Portia, and I work with Glyco General Insurance. I am an agronomist. And Glyco is aware of the challenges farmers face, and so Glyco has designed bespoke policies to help mitigate some of these risks. And the risk he mentioned, we are aware of that and many more. But as an insurance company, we have particular risk that we are ready to take up for now. Okay, so we have you mentioned a number of risks. I have my slides, but I don't know if we can go by them. And then,
so I talked about the economic risk, I talked about the environmental risk, the biological one, and then the social risks.
okay. So, upon all the risks that he's mentioned, we are looking basically at accidental loss, accidental death caused by that causes loss to the fish.
Okay.
So maybe there is water pollution from external sources, not internal sources. So we are looking at external sources that can affect the quality of your water, that will also stress the fish in their health and then cause mortalities. Glycogenual is able to cover that risk for you. We are also looking at the breakout of disease and illness. You know, the quality of your water, the nutrient pollution in the water, and even the stock density of your fish population. It determines the growth and the quality of your fish. So at your table size, if your fish is not able to grow to what you are expecting, you may want to look at all these managerial skills that you put in place. But we in Glyco, we are also looking at this risk. We want to cover you for this disease and illness that the fish face. When there is an outbreak of an epidemic, as Sir Collins mentioned earlier, Glyco is also able to cover you or compensate the farmer so you can also stay in business. So we are looking at outbreak of epidemics. Should there be also a disease that your veterinary officer would advise that you dispose of your fish, you'll definitely be at a loss. We also do that cover. So basically these are the major things we do cover under the aquaculture insurance. So the aquaculture insurance is to provide cover for the fish farmers' produce against loss. We look at the flooding, we do cover flood, windstorm. And the target group for the aquaculture insurance is all fish farmers, ranging from the inland to offshore, to onshore, sorry. Those on the shore, those on the land, cages and ponds. We are looking at the other stakeholders like the financial institutions that support or provide loans or facilities to these farmers. And also input suppliers, the feed preparation people or people who prepare the feed for the aquaculture for the fish to also grow. So basically these are the challenges. In all this risk mitigation, we also admonish that the farmers put into practice good agronomic practices. If you are supposed to feed your fish with the right food or feed, you are not supposed to spray poison into your fish. And I know regulatory risks is also there. We have to comply by these regulations. Maybe Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development asks that you don't use DDT to fish on your farm or other chemicals that are too strong to affect the quality of the fish, and you do that. And we find out, even though you are undercover, we are not liable for your loss. Some of these things should be managed by the farmer.
Okay. Yeah, Evans, is there anything you wanted to add to or ask?
For me, that sounds like very good news for myself and to the farmers. So the first question I would expect from my colleague farmers will be, what proportion of my budget line should I make towards this insurance or cover for my farm? Because I think with this, a lot of us have to go and revise all our production budgets now. What proportion of line shall we say 10%, 5%, 1%? Like, I mean, we will not hold you liable to it, but rule of the thumb, what proportion should we have in mind as we go home and we prepare to give you that call by Monday morning and say, I want to insure my farm against all these risks? What proportion should I start to budget towards?
Okay, thank you very much. Before I answer that question, I forgot to add this sweet part of the story. That the aquaculture insurance does not only cover the fish, it also takes care of your cages. So should there be an outbreak of your tanks, your cages, destruction from impact, maybe there is an aircraft or a moving object in the air that falls on your cage to destroy it. We stand to cover, yes, we stand to cover your cage as well. So to answer the question, for the stock density or the stock population, stock units, we cover between 6 to 10% of your sum insured for the fish. But for the cage, it's just 5% of the worth of the cage.
If my cage is $10,000, I get 5% of $10,000.
Yes.
But that will not buy the cage back.
That is your premium. You ask for the cost of yes.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
the premium.
But Mrs., I think you mentioned that you had a presentation, right?
Yes.
You have some slide you would want to show
Okay, that's
us. So I'm sure maybe that may answer a lot of the questions you may want to ask. So let's give her maybe after the presentation, then they can shoot her with the questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's already there.
Thank you very much.
And you can use this for your pointer.
Okay, as I mentioned earlier, my name is Portia Abuabia Anom, and I'm an agronomist. I work with Glyco General Insurance, and I'm here to talk about what Glyco is to do to help mitigate the risks our colleague has mentioned. Please, can we move the slides? So these are the contents of my slides. Next, please. So a famous speaker once said that by 2030, which is 6 years to come, the size of food and agribusiness in Africa will reach about $1 trillion. So if you are thinking of reaching that capacity or becoming rich, then we have to get into the space of agriculture. And thankfully, most of us here are dreaming big. So we are venturing into the agriculture space, and we are here for aquaculture. Next, please. Oh, I could use the pointer. Okay. I believe most of us have seen this video. Please, can you give me the volume? Yes. Yeah. So yesterday someone approached my booth and asked, Glyco, I thought you are into mattresses. You sell mattresses. Because he has seen this advert before. So he thinks we are into mattresses. So, Glyco, we cushion you for life. No matter your circumstance, we are here to tell you we've got your back. Okay, so Glyco thinks about the farmers. We don't only do traditional insurance like other insurance company does, and we have assessed the risk farmers face, and we agree to the fact that agriculture really involves a very high risk. Agriculture involves high risk, so we have come up to design bespoke policies to help our teeming farmers. Glyco also has good collaboration or partnership with other service providers like Pula and Accra Africa. These are service providers who come on the field to help or assess your risk and help you with your managerial skills. If you need any agronomic practices or advice, Pula and Accra Africa are there to also help. We all know that every insurance company should have a reinsurance. And Glyco, we've been in existence for long, so I can attest, some of us can attest to the fact that we are reliable and we have a good or strong network of reinsurances that support us in underwriting all our policies. We also have in-house and on-field or external extension officers or expertise. So in every category of our farm or product lines, we have expertise that can do justice to your services. Okay, so Glyco Agric Insurance has a number of product lines, which includes poultry, livestock, aquaculture, and tree or crop plantation. Since we are thinking about how to keep farmers in business, we don't do only these product lines, but we carry you throughout the agric value chain. So right from cultivation through harvest to your cold rooms, to your slaughter, goods and storage, goods and transit, and your farm machineries. We do all those. So basically, the agriculture insurance is to provide cover for farmers' produce against losses. These losses are not man-made losses. We do not cover man-made losses. We cover natural losses. And it's important to have an agric insurance because it gives you a financial compensation whenever there is a loss. Let's assume you go for a loan from a bank and you invest widely in your farming activity or aquaculture. The cage is already expensive, or the pond is expensive. The feed, the fingerlings, taking them through from breeding to harvesting or table size, I bet it's very capital intensive. So let's say you are hit by an epidemic. There's nothing you can do about it, or little you can do about it. If all your investments run down the drain, how do you survive? How do you go back and repay your debt? You have to have a strong backing to help you stand on your feet again. So Glyco, indeed, we cushion you for life. So these agricultural product lines are designed to address the unique risks or challenges our brother Mr. Danso mentioned. Sorry. And it helps manage the risk and ensure long-term sustainability. If you are into agriculture, you should think about how sustainable and how long you can stay in business. It's good to have a strong backing. Sorry, please, next slide. So why agriculture insurance? We are here to help you mitigate your risk, protect you financially, and then help you to continue in business or stay afloat. And if you have insurance cover, definitely you will help in supporting or increasing the food security of this country. Thank you. I'm covered. Thank you. Our colleague, Mr. Danso, also mentioned regulatory risk. Regulatory risks, how much can you comply, or how well can you comply to these regulations? If you do insurance, definitely you'll be on check. Because I'll walk into your farm at any point in time to inspect if you are putting the right things in place. Sometimes I may call you that I'm coming to visit your farm. At other times, I may come unannounced. If every time I call you, definitely, hey, could you put this in place? Because the insurance people are coming. I want to stay in business. You also want to stay in business. So we will have to work in hand to reduce the exposure of this risks or the occurrences of this risks causing loss to your fish. Thank you. Next slide. When you have insurance, you have the security and confidence that should there be loss, I have someone I can fall on. So there is this peace of mind you have. Most of these insurance financial institutions who want to give loans, or we go for access loans from, most of them will ask, do you have insurance? Because if your farm collapses, if your farm is burnt down, if flood hits your farm and you are out of business, how do you repay me? I also need to stay in business. So the insurance is here to help farmers to access credit and inputs from investors. Environmental sustainability, we put everything in check. Environmental Protection Agency will come around to inspect your aquaculture. As
as much as you can. There's also this social responsibility. We are always crying that there is unemployment in Ghana. If Flosser Farm is able to employ a number of people, the unemployment rate is also reduced. So as I mentioned earlier, the target market is to all aquaculture farmers, both onshore and then offshore, those on the land and those on the shore. We also look at those who are outgrowers, contract farmers, look at input providers or suppliers, or aquaculture insurance is for them all. Next slide. So the market in Ghana for aquaculture is basically tilapia and catfish. Most of the fish, the other fish we consume, are all imported. So these are the scope of cover I mentioned earlier: accidental death due to windstorm, flood, uncontrollable pest and disease infestation, and all that. Disease and illness, we do uncontrollable ones. And then exclusions. These are the things I want you or to take note of. Normally we hear that insurance people are liars or thieves. It's basically two things. Either you didn't listen or the person didn't tell you what the policy is about and what we do not cover. So I'm not here to throw dust into your eyes. These are the things we do not cover. If you should feed your fish with poison or feed that has expired, you wouldn't expect them to live or grow healthy. So we are not liable. That is your responsibility as a fish farmer. Death of stock arising from pre-existing health conditions. We always assess the fish before we do the insurance. We get your veterinary certificate from your officers to ascertain or to tell us that your fish are in good health before the insurance comes to cover. Inability for the insured stock to perform the task for which it's employed for. You are growing your fish, feeding them, and you are expecting that a table size they'll grow to a certain weight, but unfortunately it doesn't happen. Perhaps it may be that you've decided to starve the fish because the price of feed is so high, so you feed them once a week. And you are expecting them to grow to the size that you want. It's not going to happen. So that is also your liability. Valuation, treatment, vaccination, post-mortem costs, theft of stock or unaccounted or mysterious disappearance. So as our brother mentioned, incidents of theft. We do not cover incidents of theft. You have to also put in measures, maybe security measures, to reduce the occurrences of loss caused by the theft. Next, please. Mismanagement, malnutrition, farming, drought, and then diseases that can be vaccinated. So just like other crop or other agricultural practices, like for the crop or poultry, when they vaccinate, they have a book they sign and write date and record everything. I believe that in aquaculture too, there should be, or there is one that is done. So the times of vaccination and the kind of vaccinations you give to your fish is very important. If you skip that and we come to realize that you haven't recorded it, or a veterinary officer hasn't recorded it, that means that you are not doing the right thing. Should there be loss due to this, we are not liable. So any disease arising out of external and internal parasites, biosecurity is very, very important. Maybe you have one veterinary officer visiting 1,000 aquaculture farms. He comes to farm A, uses the same working gear and everything, goes to the next farm without sanitation or disinfecting himself. Definitely there's going to be transfer of pathogens from one fish farm onto the other. So if that one too is not checked, we won't be liable for your loss. loss of insured stock outside the limit of situation. So we have given you what we cover, our scope of cover. If you come and you tell me there is theft, so you are coming to claim, that means you didn't know what we cover, because that is not what we cover. We cover accidental loss due to what external pollution, not your pollution and other things. Next slide, please. So these are some of the risks I won't talk about because we are already into the business, and Mr. Evans Danso has already mentioned them: disease, water quality, environmental, climate change, market risk, operational risks. Please, next slide. Financial risks, biosecurity risks, regulatory risks. Okay, so one may ask that what should I do before I can get aquaculture insurance? You just have to call me. Hello, Madam Portia, I want aquaculture insurance. I'll talk to you nicely. I give you a form to fill, and then you come with your risk certificate from your aquaculture or veterinary officer. You also need to provide security to stock at all times. Sorry. And observe appropriate biosecurity measures. And then when I'm coming to your farm, you shouldn't say it is my farm. I finished the insurance, so you can't come and visit. I can visit unannounced, just so to make sure that all practices are put in place. I won't call you every time, so that you call your people to put things in place, because the insurance people are coming. They will come and charge me. No, I want to stay in business. You also want to stay in business. So I'll come unannounced, and I realize that, oh, your fish are not vaccinated. You haven't changed their water. Your the water temperature is too high. The oxygen level is not at the right place. Then there's nutrient pollution in your water and all that. Then I'll advise. If you need help, that is why I mentioned that we have on-field or expertise who also help. If you need help, you can contact us, and then we'll help you with that. Next slide, please. So whenever you realize that there is a loss, you just have to call us and fill a form. Go through the claim processes, fill a form, bring a dated photo of your fish that is lost. Don't go and catch your fish and then say this is the fish. So there is an instance where we did poultry insurance for someone, and he called that I have lost 5,000 of my birds at a go. So okay, we are coming to your farm. We went to the farm. He called 3 days after the loss, and when we went, he said 5,000 birds. Okay, show us your loss. He took us to where he had buried the birds, and when he dug the hole, they asked him to dig a hole. He dug the hole. There were only about five birds in that hole. Is that all? Oh, I have another one, 3 birds. But all these 3 and 2 and 5 can't add up to 5,000. So where are the birds that you claim are lost? We have to come with our officers to assess your loss so that we can adjust and pay you accurately. Please, next slide. So you sign a filled form. Your veterinary officer will have to give you a certificate that shows that indeed your fish, you lost them through this or through that. Dated photo of dead stock. Some pictures are old. You can take somebody's picture and bring it and say, this, I'm coming for a claim. No, we need a dated photo of your loss of fish. And then investigations will be done, just like in other traditional insurance products when necessary. Next slide, please. Okay, so here the onus lies on the farmers to adhere to the agronomic practices or husbandry practices on the farm. So I will do my part, you also do your part. When you need help, you call me, I'll come in to support you. So basically that is it. Next slide. Isolation and segregation of different species. These are some of the biosecurity measures. You don't have to put catfish and tilapia in one cage because you want to reduce the cost of raising both of them. Or even at the same age, fingerlings and almost table-sized fish, there will be cannibalism. You have to differentiate or isolate them based on their ages and their species type to avoid any form of loss. Sanitation and disinfection of equipment and facilities. The water quality management is very, very important. Feed quality control. No expiry feed or damp feed. You've put your feed at a place that is damp for a long time. Oh, I don't want it to go waste. Emeko waste the enko go. So then you pour it in your pond, and it affects the quality or the health of the fish. Vaccination and health monitoring programs. So programs like this, where we talk, when expertise talk about how to keep good husbandry practices, you are supposed to be there to enhance your skills in the aquaculture space. Next slide. So these are also some of the biosecurity measures. Next slide, please. So I bring my slides to a close. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think during your presentation, you really showed that insurance was very important when we found that you were almost choking, and so you needed water to, yeah. So, yeah, she got her insurance. Yeah, so thank you very much. So I will leave the floor up for questions, but Evans, I think after you should have some questions that you want to ask.
Yes. So my colleague farmers, I'm sure having listened and watched her slides, you now realize that it's not an easy task. A lot is left for us to do. Some good practices have been outlined, which are not only good for them, but good for us as well, especially vaccination, water quality management, record keeping, feed management, and all the ones she has lifted. I hope you all made notes of all those things. And before you start to speak to them, you should have demonstrated and mastered a couple of those things before you engage them. Tell me, I can tell you it's not cheap to go for insurance. It's also equally expensive. The first insurance I paid cost me quite a lot. You don't want to know, but you can DM me, I'll tell you how much it cost me. Okay?
Okay.
Yes, there's a question.
Okay, there's a question from the back. So microphone.
Good morning to the house.
Good morning.
My name is Mr. Wowi. My question will go to Mr. Evans or Dansu. That's your name.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Even though we saw glyco is a long protector covering we all, Mr. Ivan used a word. We have farmer and then good farmer. If glyco is covering the farmers, I wish Mr. Ivan to break down more the farmer and the good farmer for us. So we will know how we are going to use the covering of the glyco.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, John. So we would take 2-3 questions and then they would. Yes, John.
Okay, so my question is, so what I've noticed is that no 2 cages ever produce the same, no matter how you try. It's very difficult to be able to tell how much you are going to get out of a cage. So I don't know how ensuring your produce will work, but can you ensure the working capital? So for instance, if I am going to produce 5 tons and averagely it should cost you 25 cedis at an FCR of 1.5 to produce a kilo of fish. And if your insurance is going, premium is 6%, that brings it to roughly what, 1.4, 1.5 cedis. Can we work it that way so that we are ensuring my working capital? And instead of the produce, because the produce, I'm expecting to get 5 tons, but I end up not getting that. And if you're asking me to pay premium on that at its value, this sales price, is that not you overcharging me? That's you overcharging me. And then also, my second question would be, the insurance, is it for a year or is for the growth period of my cultivation period, i.e. 6 months or 7 months or 8 months?
Yes, the third one I'll pick it from the back, then I'll come again for another round. Yes.
Thank you once again. Madam Glago, your presentation is fully loaded, and I want to find out, will you partner the chamber to educate the farmers? And then the next question is Brother Fish Farmer. Madam said the two fishes that tilapia and catfish. Yeah, these two fish, they are comfortable with. I want to find out if there's any fish that will add to the tilapia and then the catfish. And then during your presentation, you mentioned two things that I want you to please to put to throw more light on it. You said anybody, any foreigner can enter into the country and then venture into aquaculture. And I know we have a body before you go into business. I may certify you. That's the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. And I want to find out if the chamber is working with this regulatory body.
Okay.
And then the final one, talking about the fund that was imposed by the courts. We said 6 million Ghana cedis. May I know the cost of 1 kg? And if a lawyer will impose 600 Ghana cedis, I want to suggest to the chamber if they will work with our courts or the lawyers for them to know more about the sector. Maybe the lawyer does not know anything concerning the sector. That's why he imposed that low, what they call it, fund. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think the last two questions is for the chamber. So, but Evans is not with the chamber, so maybe I'll refer those to the chamber, and then those that relate directly to you, you can answer them, and then Glyco would also, to take up.
Thank you.
Questions.
The first question I asked was, who is a good farmer? With my collaborators, we say a good farmer is the one who has killed 1 million fish. And knows why he killed the 1 million fish. Not killing without knowing why. I'm not saying go and kill 1 million fish. But we usually will say that before you are a good farmer, you should be a student of the fish. You should know your fish. And this really means knowing your fish. Knowing what your fish looks like under normal conditions and what it also looks like under abnormal conditions. You know the environment, and then you know the pathogens that can play around. It's important for you to understand these things before you venture into the sector of the fish. And there are a lot of training programs that we run to help farmers bridge this knowledge. So you can speak to myself or John after the session, and we can help with that. So what you should put in place, address the second part of the question, you also need a very good health management plan. You need to understand what it costs you to produce one fish. You need a good management and monitoring plan, and then you need, most importantly, very good water quality management skills to be able to keep good husbandry fish. Then the next person asked the cost of a cage and why the judiciary will charge something like 600 cedis for the cost of a lost cage. This is something that basically comes to tell us how much effort we are making as a country towards our food security and food production in this country. I borrow a word from my good friend, John. So let's say Ghana discovers a new mineral like lithium. If you listen to the presentation by the Minister of Finance, the information he will lay out on that lithium and the potential and the impact it can have on the country, you'll be impressed. You see, you will be surprised that even Joe Biden will be on the next flight to Ghana because we have discovered lithium and it has benefit or potential benefit to companies like Apple's and so on. But how about if we say we discover a new fish that we want to farm? Do we approach it as a country in the same way? Do we make efforts to educate our public and the judiciary and every institution that has something that has to do with food security? It's just because of the value we place on the food and nutrition security in this country. That's why it is approached like that. Fish farming has been in Africa for close to 50 years, but I cannot remember any active session held for the judiciary sector to educate them on how to protect the industry. Almost every farmer here has experienced the aspect of theft or stealing before. Morali can tell you his experience on stealing of fish from the cage. Sometimes if you're not careful, the whole farm can disappear. You understand?
They even put the security house down on the drums.
Oh yes.
You steal the drums down, sometimes the security house.
Yes, but you see, when you go to the police, they don't even understand what it is. Even, I will say from the executive and down, we are not approaching aquaculture the way it should be. We are not as aggressive and putting the same effort and energy that the way we are applying to other sectors, like gas, like oil, and all those things. You see, this is why we are having these challenges to start with.
Okay. Yeah. So, yes.
Thank you. So the first question to me was on premium based on the working capital. Okay, for every insurance, we base our premium or calculate our premium based on historical events. So you might not be the only person having a caged fish with that same species, just as another person is doing. We will have history and data on species that you are going to venture into. And we will know that at the end of your cycle, you should expect that this fingerling raised from this side, this month to this month, should weigh up to this size. And so, given everything being equal, you should know the work or the amount the table size fish should cost you. So basically, your premium should be the number of your fish in your pond by the amount you are selling the fish at table size. Then that should be your sum insured. We normally don't work with the working capital for aquaculture. But for crop insurance, we have multi-peril crop insurance, which we base on the premium. The premium is based on the working capital. That is it for the first question. And then the premium is also for the cycle or season of growth from the time you raise the fish to the point of sale or harvest. That is the cover for the aquaculture insurance. So whether 6 months, you have to state your fish will be ready at 6 months or 7 months or 8 months. So it's for the cycle that you are raising the fish. And then, okay, yes, every cycle is not an annual thing.
Oh.
So if you have 5 cages and maybe your cycle is 6 months for each cage, your insurance will have to cover 6 months for each cage. After the 6 months, if you decide to redo or refarm, we will have to go through the process again to insure your fish.
Please, where's the microphone? I can see it has triggered a follow-up.
So you see, basically I said, I made this comment to somebody that the policy you are bringing is basically poultry wholesale imported into aquaculture, with agriculture change and put aquaculture on it. Here's why I'm saying that. With poultry, it is discouraged to do parallel cropping. So you have to have one crop. That's if you are doing broiler. You have to have one crop and finish it. then you bring in day olds, and then, or you bring in those ones and then continue. In aquaculture, people are basically stocking different crops per month to keep the cycle going. In fact, some people per week, per day. Now, I did a rough estimation of the produce base you were saying, and to produce, ensure 5 tons of product at the current selling price of 34 cedis, that's roughly 170,000 cedis revenue. And premium is 6%, 10,200, that's steep. 10,200 is steep to pay for in 6 months or 7 months. And I have to do that. Imagine I am doing monthly cropping. Every month, 10,200, 10,200. You get a point. So at the end of the year, if I total that, I'm almost getting your insurance premium. So I think we have to really look this.
Yeah, so I think maybe she.
I would like to thank you. So in as much as we are talking about 6 to 10%, just like you go to the market to buy, if you are buying tomatoes and the bucket is 50 cedis, and you are buying so many buckets, definitely the seller is going to reduce it. So you just bring your insurance and we'll talk about the rates.
Yes. Sure. So I'll take a second round of questions, and then I can see our time is really running fast. So.
Hello. I will try and be fast. The issues with insurance are many with the World Aquaculture Society. Number one, farmers must have the right to insist that anybody insuring them must be trained in aquaculture. Because if you are trained in aquaculture, you won't put a policy that you have put into place in calculating how much the farmer will pay per pond. It's because of lack of understanding of aquaculture and what it involves that you are using, according to John, what is happening in poultry to work with what is happening in fisheries. That's number one. Number two, all through your presentation, at least the time I came in, there was no emphasis on documentation, because it is important that all farmers here present, you must have an HACCP plan before you go into production, hazard analysis critical control point. That we put into position is a document that you will have, that the insurance person too must understand and go through it with you. It will tell you all the processes, all the sanitary measures you have in place, what you feed every day or every week, every month, when you expect the final thing to come. If there's a problem, you have the solution already listed on that document. It's going to be a condition in Nigeria very soon. Everybody must have, because we have it for the industrial sector, and that's how we are harmonized with the EU to export whatever comes from the wild. For aquaculture, to protect our farmers, because what I saw when you were doing your presentation was you are protecting yourself and you are making so much money over and above the farmers. By the time the farmer pays for feed, pays for water and electricity to pump water, pays himself his salary, at the end of the day, you are making more money than the farmer who has invested. And the fact that you are not ensuring working capital for aquaculture production is suicidal, because it's the working capital that is most important for them to be able to feed the feed, and not at one point just not be able to feed. Because if you stop feeding at any point, the growth rate dynamics will change and you will never be able to attain that growth size that you started with. So it's more important to even ensure the working capital than whatever you are insuring. And so I want to ask you, at what point is the insurance liable? Because you listed everything, is the there's flood, if there's pollution, if there's feed issue and all that, the farmer is left on his own. Storage issues, and that's why I said the hazard plan is important, because you have said that you are storing your feed, first in, first out, all those sanitary things will have been taken care of to protect the farmer. So at what point is insurance liable? And stealing of fish. In Nigeria, somebody has proposed the legislation now about stealing of fish from ponds, and we are going to follow that up. And you cannot use historical event. It's not possible. You cannot use, that's why I asked that. Are you trained as an aquaculturist? You cannot use historical event to calculate something for my farm, for instance. Are you using the President's Catfish Association issues to calculate what will happen in my farm? One, my soil quality, where my pond is, may be different from his own. My water quality may be different. My experience, of course, is definitely different from his own. My knowledge is different from his own. Everything is different. So if you use historical events of one farm to calculate another farm, it's a form of cheating. There's no transparency in that.
Okay, thank you very much. So, in fact, we have really run out of time. There is another session that must start in the next 5 minutes. So, please let your question be brief. You go straight to the question so that they can have opportunity to also respond to them. Then we can. So, please let it be.
Thank you very much. I'll keep it brief. So, I listened to your presentation very well, and then, just like our mommy said, I share her sentiments. I am worried because I feel this is Glyco taking advantage of the flaws in the industry as a business opportunity, because based on the provisions in your package, you are seeming to be making much more benefits than the farmers, because based on the exemptions that you made, if you ask the farmers, those are the main issues they are facing in the industry, and these are the exemptions that you are making. So to the average farmer, Glyco is not the solution. Because if you are telling me that if someone comes to steal my cage and then I cannot count for the insurance, then definitely Glyco is not a solution. If you are telling me that if there is a pre-existing health condition and then it doesn't fall under insurance, definitely Glyco is not a solution. The only benefit that, based on the presentation, the farmers will get is the regulations, but some of these things they can get from world training and those stuff. So if they are not getting much compared to the kind of input and the investment they make in the insurance, then I would say to the average farmer, Glyco is not a solution.
Okay, so it is actually a comment, for you. So I'll take the last one and then we'll get back and then I think we can call it a day. Yes. So please, is it a question or a comment
to comment? But it will be very brief.
Yeah, so please let it be very brief for me.
Mine is lending my voice to the earlier speakers, especially our president, Mommy. It's like we're extrapolating or exporting policies from poultry into aquaculture. And why is it? Why I heard when she was talking about immunizing, that's vaccinating your fish. And I was asking, maybe she would tell us more. I'm not aware of any vaccination for fish at the moment. For catfish, yes, for catfish. Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know, but I'm of the opinion that they overhaul their conditions so that there will be some levels of transparency and participation. Farmers have to be attracted to their offers so that to work for everybody. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So I think Mrs. Ed, so if you can respond briefly to some of them that you want to respond, but I want to suggest to the chamber, based on the discussions we've had just now, maybe the chamber should have a forum to really interrogate the policy very well, so that the farmers can propose to the insurance company that if you do this, the insurance company also look at it, then we can all meet at a point. I think that would be very good, for us. But I'll give you opportunity to respond to some of the comments that have come. Then I think we can round up.
Right. Thank you very much. Please, the first question about importing poultry into aquaculture. I had an idea that
John was making a scenario, or you really meant we imported the poultry things into the aquaculture. I want it clear, please. Did you meant that? No, we have poultry insurance and we have aquaculture insurance. I don't get the aspect where we imported the poultry parts into the aquaculture. For the vaccination, there are fish farmers who vaccinate their ponds or their fish. So in some cases, you may put in managerial skills or husbandry practices to avoid the vaccination. So fish can be vaccinated, please.
Yeah, so I mean that has to do. We know we have the catfish and then we have the tilapia. So I think most of the vaccinations are taking place in the tilapia sub-industry, but not the catfish.
Yes, and I mentioned that our target fish or species are tilapia and catfish. So if I mention vaccination, I might not be totally wrong, please. And then documentation. Everywhere in this world, without documentation, you can't do insurance. I mentioned that you need to fill a proposal form. Mami mentioned that there should be record keeping and wording to tell I think maybe Mami missed some parts of the presentation. Yes, so I mentioned them. You have to keep record. I mentioned that, and my colleague also mentioned record keeping and putting down things you do on the farm. So please, we have proper documentation. Our proposal form alone is enough to get all the data you have on your farm. Some of us have gone through the proposal forms and we know the details that is captured or are captured on the form. And then for the working capital, as I explained, we don't use the working capital for aquaculture insurance. Not in Nigeria. I studied in Nigeria, not even in Nigeria. We don't use working capital to calculate premium for aquaculture insurance. The reason why I explained that your premium, that we have documentation for other people who have done the same species and in the same capacity as you have done before. And so you know the worth of your fish. At the end of it, you can't tell me your water quality is different from somebody's water quality. We know what makes up water quality. Or, yes, your oxygen level should be right, your pH level should be right, your nutrient pollution you shouldn't pollute your water, and all these make up the water quality. Secondly, we also have expertise on the farm. If you need advice, you can contact our expertise who will also give you advisory or managerial practices that you can work with on the farm. So we can also address the rest at the forum as Sir Collins mentioned.
Yes.
And our liability was stated in our scope of cover, Mami. What we are liable for, it was stated in our scope of cover, please. So
okay. All right, thank you very much. So I think if we can sit here for the rest of the day interrogating this issue, okay, but we don't have a lot of time. There's a session, Wish Farmers Day, that we need to take in this room right now. So the World Initiative for Soil in Human Health has a lot of information for us this morning in this room, what they are doing in Ghana, and then the opportunities that they present to the aquaculture industry in Ghana. So we will take that session briefly, but before that, I see a number of hands going up, fingers going up, and I fear if I allow, we may not be able to end early enough. But Glyco is around. They are not good. They actually have a booth down there exhibiting. So I would encourage that. Let's walk to them there and let's continue this discussion from here. So in 30 seconds, Evans, 30 seconds, I will time you. I want you to round up. Glyco would also round up for me in 30 seconds. So in all, we have 1 minute. I have started my time.
So, all these discussions about insurance and fish husbandry, all speaks about the same interest. There's still a lot of work to do. Let us come together to protect the welfare of the fish so we can continue to put fish on our table. Otherwise, somebody else will put fish on the table for us.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving us a listening ear. And as he mentioned, we are down there. We just want to let you know that we are here to provide cover for you, not to exploit you. Your exemptions are all in the biosecurity measures that we mentioned. So please, you can come for, maybe we can talk about it later. As he mentioned, we can give solutions or what we want us to cover, and then we can draw our minds on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So on these notes, we'll bring the session on aquaculture risk management to an end. And so I want to thank you very much, Mr. Evans Danso of Lucille Farms, and then Ms. Portia Abuabia Anum of Glyco Insurance for making time this morning to talk to us about insurance and why aquaculture fish farmers need this insurance badly. Thank you very much. Please, the exhibition booth is down there. Let's follow her to the exhibition booth and interact more with her. So I would invite John Domozoro to take over from me for the Wish Farmers Day. Thank you. Please, let's sit in. Do not go. Let's sit in and listen to what Wish has for the aquaculture industry in Ghana. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me first of all apologize. We're supposed to have started at 11, but then there was a mishap in our timing. But nothing lost, because the next session is a very good background talk to what we have to talk about. This afternoon, we are going to have a panel discussion around the area of feed financing. Farmers in farmer parlance, we call it feed credit line, and we are going to talk about what the experiences are so far in it, what the challenges are, how we can go around that, and brainstorm it. Because if you look at the construct of our aquaculture industry at the moment, lots of us farmers are basically survivors. These are just people who have survived multiple force majeures, diseases, floods, you name it. And we basically are broke. And a feed credit line, it's a lifeline as it is. And we want to have this afternoon representatives from the feed industry and then some farmers that would share their experiences with it and what the criteria would be to be able to have such a system run successfully. Please help me invite Jack Magni from Ranan Fish Feeds up here. Wisdom, my brother Wisdom from Cycle Farms. Please join us. Albert Agrifame. Albert is a fish farmer. His farm is OCFS. His farm is slightly bigger than mine, so that tells you that we are all small farmers. And then Naga Murali. So Murali is a big farm, so I think I have done a fair representation of everybody. So Murali represents Fish and Feeds. He's not slightly bigger than me. He's mightily bigger than me. So gentlemen, welcome to the stage. And our session is going to be two. We'll have like some questions and answer session. Then we take some from the audience. And then we would have an agree or disagree session where I'll read out my supposed fact to them and they'll tell me whether they agree or not and why. So, gentlemen, welcome. just give a brief introduction of what you do, each person, 30 seconds.
I am Jack Magny, Commercial Director for Ranan Fish Feed. I used to be a fish farmer. Actually, I am more a consultant, working all around West Africa, selling feed, technical assistance, material for fish farming, and doing project studies.
Well, thank you very much. I am Alberta Griffin, and I would say I'm a small scale to medium scale fish farmer.
Hi, I'm Dr. Naga Murli, professional in fisheries and living in Ghana from 2008. It's 16 years from in Ghana, doing cage, pond, biofloc, all sorts of aquaculture.
Yeah, my name is Wisdom Abudakwi, and I'm with Cycle Farms, Ghana Limited. We produce fish feed for both tilapia and catfish. 15 years in the industry and continuously learning more from everybody. I'm the managing director of it. Thank you.
So let's zoom in. And I'm going to ask the feed guys to take this first. Do you think there's a financing gap within the small and medium scale farmers? I mean, you sell feed to almost everybody. What do you think? Do you think there's a financing gap in it?
So I think financing, yeah, it's a weapon with two sides, and it can come sometime against also the farmer. Because the farmer is going to finance, it means that he's going to borrow money. And that money, you have to pay for it. And we know that a project that is financed from scratch, almost 100%, is very difficult for the farmer to pay back. Like in poultry, for example, you can have a cycle of 3 months. In fish farming, you have a cycle of 6 months, 7 months, depending the size of the fish, the species. So the particularity, first you have a long cycle. At the beginning, you are going to front also a lot of problem. We say every time that the farmer, before he finances his farm, he better pay the school fee. So it means that you have to go through all the error and see what is the right things to do. So for me, financing, it's a need, but you cannot finance all. So you need, at the beginning, to learn your process. You need to know what you are doing. You are not going to borrow money and do something you don't know with the money of somebody else. Now, what we see, for example, in the cycle of fish production, what is taking more money is the last 2 months, the last 3 months, when the fish are already growing bigger and they need more feed, and then it's really capital intensive. So I just want to give the example of financing of fish farming in Europe. We are never going to have a financing for feed, for hatchery, for juveniles, or for adult fish. It's only the last months, then the last 2 months, the last 3 months, that the fish are there, the farmer know what he's doing. You can, based on the register, have a homogeneous, you have quantity of fish, you can see how much they are eating daily, and you have already a guarantee that the farmer will be able to pay back. And he will be able to pay back because he's going to have this financing only on the last 2 months, the last 3 months. He's not going to finance 6 months, 7 months and have a lot of interest to pay. Yeah, I saw, for example, here in Ghana, some facility from certain bank, I don't want to give any name, but they are going to give the certain capital a loan to a farm, and the farmer have to pay 2 weeks, the first payment 2 weeks after they release the money. So it cannot happen like that. So I think the big problem here is that the financing is not adapted for fish farming.
Okay, so you are basically saying the best way to approach it is to finance your last 2 or 3 months.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think financing actually by itself is not a bad idea. It's a way of building up good relationship between the farmer and then also you, the producer of the fish. But at the end of the day, the gap here is purely the risk, and I think the insurance percent is already out. The gaps are big because at the end of the day, you being a producer, you are more or less becoming a risk bearer as well. Also, you are looking for where to sell. So you need to do the due diligence to see exactly where exactly this farmer really needs money. There is difference between needs and wants, but sometimes it's very difficult to actually define this, and we are actually becoming more or less not just feed producers but specialists also in analyzing these issues. You can be best at it, but we have been victims of it as well. So the gaps are very huge. The insurance, as we've just heard, we have heard all the questions that are coming. It's really new, and I understand if they can really work hard to address the points that have been put together, it can really position and then mitigate some of these gaps that we are talking about. Also, the farmers actually have to do their best. The moderator was already giving aggregation of farms, that they have smaller farms, bigger farms, or medium farms. The most important thing is that how are these farms segmented? How are they positioned? Just as I said, for 15 years in the industry, I have seen farms that I actually link them like tomatoes. You see them flourishing in today. Tomorrow, just drive to those places. They are not there. So these are all factors that we have really gathered around to see exactly how sustainable is your farm, irrespective of the size, irrespective of where you are located. Once you are positioned and you can see sustainability of your farm, it also addresses some of the gaps. So I think I would really put it up that it's a mutual thing that we all have to really look at and then work at. And if that goes on, it really brings comfortable way of working at both sides. And farmers that are here, they know exactly how we have co-work among ourselves. It is really difficult for us because it's like we work or we produce and then you have the bank by your side telling you come for overdraft, but the overdraft is never free. You have input suppliers who provide you with raw materials and they cannot give you credit, but they need to you need to pay cash for it. And the farmer is buying feed from you on credit. You need to really know sure that how are you going to manage this. So there are really quite bottlenecks that we looked at in assessing all this and really building relationship to go with it, because we cannot come in to come and ask you of interest rates when we give you 1 month credit, 2 months credit, or whatever it is, because by law we are not mandated to do so. But with all those points that I've mentioned, if those things are guaranteed enough, we go into a mutual way of working and see how best we can sustain each other in the industry. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I think yes, there is a need, not only for startups, but even for existing small and even large farms. But then the issue is at what cost? The feed companies want guarantee. Guarantee comes at a cost. So the question is, at what cost? For small-scale farmers, that will make the cost almost impossible for the small-scale farmers. And the feed companies are here. Maybe we can talk to them and see how best they can help us on that regard. Because yes, there's a need, but at what cost? That's the question.
Maybe we should look at coming out with a template of checklist where we can all agree on that. We come and if we have maybe 70% of that checklist takes, maybe you want to see this, yes, check this, check, then we can agree that okay, you are credit viable. Jack, is this possible?
For me, the credit, it's easy to talk. Yeah, we did give confidence to farmer, and even here, there is some farmer that didn't pay back. So it comes one day that you give a credit to a farmer, and it's a source of conflict. You are going to be in conflict, permanent conflict with your customer. So that's why every time we ask for guarantee. And I think when you are a farmer and you need some source of financing and you want to have some facility, you cannot have it from one day to the other. It has to be done with a relation that has been built. And for me, I call it more a facility of payment than a credit. Credit, by experience, it doesn't help really the farmer. You give credit to a farmer, of course, as a fish feed company, you are exposed to the exchange rate. So that debt, if you give him 1 month, you give him 2 months, you have to put it as a US dollar equivalent. So the farmer is going to work and is not going to be able to pay you after 1 month. 2 months, and all of a sudden after 3 months he's going to harvest. But he sold the fish at the old Ghana cedi, it's the new Ghana cedi that has been depreciated. So he's going to lose a lot of money because of the depreciation of the money. And it come one day that he will not even be able to pay you back. So what are we doing? So think about it. So there is another parameter, and it's a lot of the company in Holland. There is 2 big companies that are producing fish feed in Holland, and they have very bad reputation, and they come in a very vicious way because they are going to give credit to the farmer. So they are going to give you 1 month, 2 months, then you need more, 3 months, 4 months. And all of a sudden, the farmer will realize that all his cycle is on credit, and the farm is not belonging to him anymore. The farm belongs to the fish feed factory. So he has lost his freedom. He's not owner of his business anymore, and he became an employee of a fish feed company. So be careful to whom you are taking a credit, because things like this happen a lot. It happened a lot in the north, in Holland, in the industry of poultry, and also in the industry of salmon. So that's also something I wanted to say.
See, like I distributed feed in 2013-14, I think. And somebody owed me $100,000, and he gave me the checks. I went to the court, I won the case. Then the judge said I should go and find the property. I found the property. After that, they said I should evaluate the property and bring it to them. The evaluating agent had asked nearly $15,000 to evaluate the property. I already spent $20,000 on fighting the case. So I thought, even after I do that, when I went to evaluate the property, there were some 35 notices on that property. Many people claiming it. Then I thought, I will never get anything, so I left it there without evaluating the property. So
the legality or the legal binding of a farmer or a lender is very, very minimal here. Anybody can go out. They can just sneak out. That's the problem for the feed companies to give a credit to anybody. Like if it is in like a country like Oman, you can't cross the country with your bounce check. It's a criminal case. Not like criminal case. You don't get the clearance in the airport. They will check whether this guy has any bounce check cases anywhere or not. But do we have it here? We can just go underground. And I said I left it $100,000 just like that. Now how many years now? 10 years. So that credibility is not there. If the credibility is not there, then how come the feed companies will give a credit to a farmer? And also if you look at the pattern, again I will say, when the nationalized banks are not believing in farmers to give a OD facility, how come a private person will believe in that people? Like the banks are not believing in their nationals that these guys will pay back, then how come a private company will take? So, but feed companies also, like what we see here, unfortunately or fortunately, it has gone to a credit market for them also. They are getting exposed to huge credit. Our farm also we take credit from them. But we have come to an understanding that, this is the credit limit. Like I'm producing like 1,000 tons. My turnover is this much. My monthly feed consumption is this much. So they put a limit for us. Like we will give you credit up to this amount or a time limit. Like with both cycle and both run and we buy from both of them. They give a time limit. Like within 1 month we need to pay back. So if you are doing a healthy business, you are confident to give them checks. They are confident to give you money based on the payback history. But from their side also, they are very much justified to get fear to give credit. As we see the number 3 farm collapsed just like that. It vanished, number 3 farm. And I think definitely the feed companies are stuck with nearly $2 million. Various feed companies are stuck with $2 million. So you can know like how many years they should work hard to get that profit. And if you are having the bad debts like that, they can never make profit. So it's easy for us to blame that, these feed people are not supporting. But how many people they will support? But again, when we come into the case in India, the big farmers, they take the OD facility from the bank and they give checks to the feed companies and their credit is taken by the banks. The feed companies will only give credit to the small farmers through the distributors. So their risk is not there. In India, feed companies will never lose their money because distributors are there in between who is taking the risk. But here it is not the case in Ghana. Like here, big farmers, they are directly with the feed company. We give them checks, we give them collateral like that. They assured, they give us feed and credit. But they are not assured with the small farmers so much because today they are here, tomorrow they are not there. So blaming is easy, but in practical, it is really, really very difficult for feed companies to give credit.
Okay, so are you guys basically telling us that we should forget about credit? So for me, I have to work, I have to sweat for 10 years before you would consider. And if I am struggling, imagine most of these guys who are under aquaculture training, looking to start their own farms. You are basically drawing the curtain on them. Is that what you are doing?
Welcome to fish farming. No, we are not there to paint a dream. We need to somewhere to see what is the reality. And I think you go for the solution to take credit from the bank, take a credit from the feed supplier. I think this is not really the good solution. If you don't have money, you need to have creativity, you need to have an idea. So I know a fish farmer, for example, he saw that to produce fingerlings, it takes less capital. So he started to produce fingerlings and he raised his capital. Gradually, he started to produce fish. He's not going to produce fish of 1 kilo or 700 grams. He found a niche market, he's producing fish of 300 grams. You have an FCL of 1.1, 1.2 because the fish are small. It's a customer, he's coming twice a week. So he bargained the price. I give him good price. That one I can do to encourage. I prefer to give good price and sacrifice on the price than to give credit like this and give a problem to the farmer. So instead of taking risk and put a high density in his cages, he's going to work with a lower density, grow his fish faster, lower the risk. You don't need insurance. Insurance, you have a low density, nothing will happen to his fish. So, yeah, I think before we go for the credit, this is not the solution for the farmer. Look at the example of farmer that managed to do it and to make it without big financing at the beginning. And when you reach a certain level and you need to extend, don't worry, the credit you will get.
Let me follow up with this before wisdom comes through. So at what level will you consider safe to go for a credit line as a farmer? Should I be producing what, 1 ton every week, 10 ton every month? What level?
Yeah, I was speaking about the financing of the last month. So it depends of the production of the farmer. It's not a matter of 1 ton or 2 tons. It's a matter first to have a farm that you are sure that is going to make money and is not going to work only to pay the interest in the bank. So everything has to be done, but from day one, don't take credit. Build your farm, work, sacrifice, and don't take risk with a high density, don't grow big fish. Actually, that's also something I can add. If you look at the fish farmer in the industry, the one that is really making it now is not the one that is taking credit. That one is suffering. You have to pay interest, is working for the bank. But the one that is coming from the monger, from the fish market, from the market woman, I know how to sell the fish, he don't know how to produce it. And one day he say, okay, I'm going to produce now. And if you look at those fish farmers, they don't need credit. You can see them, they know how to sell the fish, they know how to sell at the right price, and they are doing very well. They are doing much better than the other fish farmers that are very dedicated, that are good fish farmers, but they know how to sell.
Yeah, I think all is said. I recall very well somewhere 2004 I was actually so ambitious to run a fish farm, which today is being serving as my trial center or whatever it is. It was really exciting. And farmers are very wonderful people. Every day, I don't know, it's because of the green environment that they find themselves. So the brain is always fresh and they can always come out with good ideas every day, and that's it. So my ponds actually was being excavated, and at the end of the day, 2 ponds I ended up excavating about 10 ponds covering almost a 6-acre land. I ordered for fingerlings. Then feeding became a problem. But the excavator that came to actually do all this work, I paid the excavator. It was not on credit. But then feed. These are some of the things we are seeing today, that farmers really want to have a big farm, irrespective of small scale they are and whatever it is. They are really going for bigger things, and at the end of the day, they benchmark on it that yes, credit for feed is the way to go. Credit is there, but it should be really one of the last resort you should be looking at. We do our best to see exactly that, how do we educate farmers to put their farm into a cyclical way, that you can really have the farm running within a period that in some years, months to come, you can have a cycle of revenue that is really going on, and a little bit of top up from the feed producers would be a very game changing for you. But very often you see people do not have that strategy. They can really, if they have 10 kgs, they will put 10 they will fill it all at a go. How can this particular kgs that you stock at a go really make you be in business constantly? So we try our best to really educate farmers, some takes the advice, others don't. But as my colleagues have already said, the risk factor is very high. We are just working closely with you. We bring our ideas to you. It's really up to the farmer also to accept that, for us to see exactly how we can really work closely. If your system runs smoothly and at the tail point of, if you are not harvesting at 350 grams and you want to go further, all indicators shows that you've done well, your biomass is looking good, your FCR is looking good. So the more you put into it during that period, you are sure that yes, it can give you the results. But where you have poor activity, your sampling is off board, you are not guaranteed with your weight and all that it takes, and you are calling for credit. We actually have that extra eye to see for sure that this is really a disaster that is just incoming, and that really leads to the floodgate. It is really clear that the aquaculture space in Ghana can never be successful without a small scale. To be sure with it, the small scale have a very vital role to play, and we are interested in it. I know folks in the room here that when we meet, we always talk about the small scale farmer. They are the priority, but the fact of it is that how constantly are they there ready to adapt to whatever we share? And most of the farmers are also absentee farmers. They are deeply not there. They are very good to do Excel work to see their projections, but they will never do that Excel work on risk mitigations and whatever it is. And these are very, very critical. We have to see. If you want to be a farmer, you have to be like a shepherd. A shepherd, you must smell like a sheep. You can never be in a white shirt like I'm here and want to be a farmer. These are the things we need to really challenge these smaller farmers to really see exactly that a farm is not a part-time stuff, it's a full-time job, it's a full-time game, and be involved in it. And that is exactly the way you can really mitigate some of these gaps and learn on the job and improve on it, because it's science and it's evolving every day. And that is the only thing that I want to really top up with whatever I've been sharing.
Okay, like now let us also look into some solutions also for this rather than only discussing the problems. Recently I have encountered one company in Kenya. The guy is doing outgrower system. He is importing, or he is buying from feed from so many companies, and he is supplying the feed to the small cage farmers, and he is buying back their material, and he is making up his cash flows very efficiently. So is there any chance in between your feed companies who can come as an outgrower? Because this will solve two problems. One, the microcredit to the small farmers. In the same way, they are also finding a difficult situation to market their fish. So can somebody come into that position in the near future? Can Radhan come into an outgrower?
Yes, and let me just add up to that. Can we also build like a strategy where we are saying that we are going to grow 10 farms for the next 10 small-scale farms for the next 10 years. So we look at this farm based on whatever criteria you guys can agree on, and then work with this farm, because it doesn't take 2-3 years to turn a profit. Work with this farm for the next 10 years, because it's an agenda to make sure that we are raising a farm from 10-ton annual production to 100-ton annual production in maybe 6 years and 10 years. Let's think about it, and before we come to everybody.
Yeah, so we spoke about different things, I think. We spoke about the possibility to organize a kind of integration where the farmer is going to receive fingerlings, receive feed, and he will be able to supply his fish and pay his input with fish with like a packing house, a cooperative that is going to guarantee him to sell his fish on time and at the right price. So we are doing a study on this. I don't know how you know it, but we are doing a study to see how we can help at first beginning mainly the catfish farmer, and it will be also for the tilapia farmer. But I don't want to promise anything. Actually, it's a study. So as you say, we need also to come with some solution. Yeah, I'm running around all over West Africa, and I see different countries the way they want to promote the activity. And first, they give the tax exemption we were speaking about yesterday. So actually, we are paying full taxes for the ingredient for the fish feed. Second, they are coming and are going to subsidize the feed. So it means that a fish farmer is part of an association. It can be the chamber, it can be another association, and he showed that he have already produced, he showed that he's able to produce, and he's going to receive the feed subsidized. So it means that he's going to be able to pay the feed not for free, but he's going to pay half of the price. And when he harvests, he's still going to be able to pay the next feed, and they find some kind of incentive. Other countries are going to do some action. So during, they are going to buy, for example, 400 tons and distribute it to everybody. And then it's more political. You distribute a lot of feed and you don't know where the feed is going. So sometimes it goes to the chicken, sometimes it goes to the pigs. So sometimes it's a kind of waste. The system in Togo, for example, you produce fish, and the government give the obligation of the fish trader to buy, if they import, for example, 10 containers, they have the obligation to buy 1 container equivalent in tonnage from a fish farm in Togo. And at a good price, we are speaking about more than $3, I think it's $3.5 per kilo. So it gives a good incentive, because I like very much this idea, because you are not going to give credit to the farmer, you are not going to take risk, but the farmer will produce, bingo, he can make a good margin. So then we are quite in a positive and in a virtuous circle. I don't know if I reply on the question you want.
Okay, so I strongly believe, yes, there is a need. And once there is a need, there is a market. We see a lot of these feed companies chasing the big farms with credit facilities. Yes, we see you chasing them with credit facilities. But for us, the small and medium scale, because of seasonality, you can't get regular supply of regular payments. Yes, we know. But once there is a need, I think you should look at it, because eventually with time, you might get a competitor who would you are telling us to be creative, but you also have to be creative. Because once there is a need, there will be a market, and a competitor will come and will function something for us. And you will not get your regular cash flows, because the big firms are all buying on credit. And we know, you sell to them on credit.
Yeah. Can we come? So they will take this and then we come to the audience.
Yeah, thanks, Albert. I think I really appreciate the passion for it. But to be sincere with you, I think, as I said, the small scale farmers are our priorities. And if you, absolutely, you bring the cash, you bring everything, you are the game changer. So I think the amazing thing is that if you even buy feed at cash, you're really saving money. I want to really share this with you, because if even you're taking feed on credit, there are really a lot of calculations that goes into it to see exactly how it goes. But I can tell you for sure that our doors are open. There are people we don't, it's confidentiality and whatever it is. And just like Jack said, there are people who are not big farmers, but you give them these opportunities, they really mess it up. They are not really respecting it. And that's it. And also, some people also do not have that confidence to walk over to even come and discuss. And if you ask them ABCD, they are not able to provide you exactly convincing information to go. But our doors are open. We are here to produce for you and to be in business. That is the only thing. So please feel free, walk over. There is really no disagreement with it. There will always be a common point. But the point raised by Dr. Naga is really the classic way. Once there is really an opportunity, we are there to go that way. to have an outgrower scheme, whatever it is. It's results that we all need. So we are very, very open to everything that is happening today, all the technological activities that is going on, what is happening in your farm today, all the expenses you are making on bioflocs and whatever it is, which is really changing the methodology of feed and everything. We are ready to adapt to it to see exactly how best we can really incline to the current development or technology that is going place in the aqua space. So we are very, very open. You are the lead and we follow. So whatever you bring on board, we will always tap into it.
So let's go to the audience.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Mr. Noja Sandi Musa. I'm a farmer. I'm into all the value chain. And based on the discussion thus far, it centers around giving farmers credit. We can make it work if we really want to make it work. That is the truth. For instance, most farmers, when they created their own budget to feed 1,000 fish at inception, before halfway the price fluctuates upward, not downward. So in such cycle, there's always that margin that they cannot finish that particular cycle. For instance, I'm into feed production as well too. My company produces over 2,000 bags of feeds per day. That's in Nigeria. And what we did for our people, which you also can do if you really want to take the farmer serious, is to look inward, because most farmers, when they put their money on ground, they are out to make profit. And not just making profit alone, they also try to create jobs. And the moment the price of feed goes up, like for instance, most of the producers of feeds, when they come out to increase their price of feeds, they don't tell farmers. You plan to sell to buy a bag of feed maybe for 15,000 today. Let me use Nigeria currency for an example. By the time you have budgeted for 15,000 a bag, maybe for 10 bags, 150,000, 2 days later you come and here a bag is now 220,000. How will such a person continue? Don't forget that it's the volume of feed consumed by fish most times gives you almost 90% of the flesh you get at the end of cycle. We can make it work if really we are serious to make the farmers to succeed. I'm talking about we feed producers. What I did for my people in Abuja, where I reside, was to look at faithful farmers, people that buy their fingerlings from my farm, like I told them in all the solution, who are consistent, that I know their farms. And last year I did for 152 farmers. I gave them 140,000 bags of feeds, which is 210 tons of feeds from our own factory. I followed those farmers with my workers, monitored their feeding. When it was time for sale, some of them sold and returned our money back to us because they couldn't complete that cycle. And some of them will have to go to their farm to off-take, and we got our money back. The error of pains, like we say, farmers are not so honest. We got less than 2% of the total number of people we gave our feeds to. What we think we can do is to look at the faithful farmers, not portfolio farmers, because you already made. These farmers are not really poor people, but in the course of operation, certain things came on board. Uptrust in pricing, which most farmers, producers don't normally announce before, how do I put it now, before coming on to sell. 2, somebody who has budgeted to sell a kilo of fish for 2,000, haven't budgeted the cost of production. Now going to the market after selling for 2,000, coming back to the market again to buy feeds. The same capital you have gotten, haven't sold, can't buy what can feed maybe 1,000 fish. So we can help the farmers. I'm doing that for people in Nigeria, and it has been a success story to my company. I think you can do same too, because God has helped you. So we can make it happen for people here also in Ghana. Thank you.
But you have been long and you want me to be short. Look, I feel that a lot of you see a fish feed company as a bank. And if you look how the business is working, we have to finance raw material 2 months in advance. Final product, we need to store minimum 2 weeks, 3 weeks, most part of the time 4 weeks in advance. So that feed is already a financing of 3 months. So now we are looking at financing the farmer. So I need to finance the storage in the farm of the farmer, and I need to finance the cycle of production of the fish farmer. We cannot extend too long. We are not that rich. We are just a commodity. So we can play some flexibility. But when you say, for example, that we are running after the big guys with as much credit as we can, we cannot. We cannot give credit. A big firm is going to ask you $1 million, $2 million a month. We are a family company. We are not a big bank, a big multinational. No, you have to be careful to not spread fake rumors and things that doesn't exist. But what we can do is, for example, find a financing for our customer, and that financing will have a cost. And then we need to make sure that that financing will be adapted to the farmer. So, an example, actually we are in contact with a bank that is called ABSA Bank. We are going to do a trial with a tree farmer. If it works, I will organize a workshop for them, for ABSA, for them to be able to finance the farmers that are able to pay back also. So we have a selection of those farmers that have experience, that we know, that I will not say they deserve, but they can take a loan and they will be able to pay it back. So actually they are speaking about an interest of 11%, I think. So it looks very interesting. No, it looks to be a dream, and I don't want even to speak about it in front of you because I didn't see it with my own eyes. But whatever you do, financing costs money. And if you look at government subsidized fertilizer, seeds, pesticide, I think from government, if we want to promote the activity, then we can have a plan and really promote aquaculture with the input like we do in the agric sector for the cocoa, for the maize, for the soya. All those sectors are quite well subsidized. It helps the farmer, and it's a really good way to promote. So we need to see, but don't believe that it's easy for a factory to release 200, 300 tons. This is not the case. We are working with very small margin, and we are speaking about credit. When one ton is not paid to you, you need to produce 1,000 tons behind to recover that default of payment. So it's not easy. It's not easy.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Okon, and I'm from Nigeria too. I've seen what has happened. This discussion is a developing story, and it's very interesting. I'm a farmer. I also produce feed. In fact, the background is that recently I still have customers I'm running after, feed customers I'm running after that has not paid up. I tried financing. I tried to give some of them feed to pay back later. In fact, one has stopped picking call for the past 3 months. I know he has sold those fish. He has made money. But in Naira, we have over 700,000 Naira hanging with him alone, not of others who are there. And I told my staff, we cannot continue this way because we are going to be out of business, and these people will still be enjoying business. So in essence, financing is a key factor of it. But I want to make an announcement. You said welcome to aquaculture. The way welcome to aquaculture is that people who are stepping into aquaculture business are stepping with the wrong mindset of when I go there, they will help me. People will give me money. People, because I am an aquaculturist or because I'm a farmer, people will just give me things. No, it has translated from agriculture to agribusiness. So you should run it as if you are running a business. Nobody puts a cap out there and start saying that, okay, as I'm going out, somebody will give me fuel so that I can go and carry customer and maybe pay back the fuel. It's always very difficult. You can't see that. So, hello farmers, please don't enter into fish farming or aquaculture with the mindset of don't work out and entering there. It's good to people will give me. No, please run it as a business. Have a schedule. Somebody mentioned how many fish are going to use for a certain tons of feed, a certain tons of fish. Please do your calculations well. And that is where we're coming into enlightenment. We shall be doing that. They've been teaching people, they've been telling farmers how to augment, how to produce more. So it's a very kudos to wish. You are doing well, please. So keep encouraging farmers and tell them this is not culture, this is business. So please, you're not practicing culture, you're practicing business. So if you want to sustain your business, then you need to do it as a business itself. Because you cannot go out and say, please give me feed, let me feed my fish and pay back. It's very wrong. It's very, very wrong. And as a feed producer, I feel what you are feeling. I'm still having money to pay.
Of course, we don't throw sand into our gari.
Thank you.
You are throwing sand inside our gari. You see what just happened? You just throw sand inside our food.
Thank you all very much. My name is Foluke Areola, and I'm glad that I'm speaking to an enlightened people. People are involved in the business, because there was a sort of misunderstanding with my suggestion to the insurance person. The water quality all around must be the same, but I'm saying location affects water, soil, and so on. She didn't get it, but that's that. Now, what everybody has said today is important. Is about building trust, confidence, and integrity in business, like any other business. If you don't have a long history with a bank, they won't give you loan. They will have studied you for a number of years to see if you are credit worthy, then give you overdraft before they will now give you a loan. So that will happen with feed and feed supply. But I want to say something first. Let all farmers start small. It's always better to grow your business. That way you will not owe money. That way you will not have stress of how do I pay back the feed I have taken. And that way you will learn the business. You will know the risk, you will learn, and then you will know how to save. It's not when people come to visit you, you take your fish and dash them, give your in-laws fish and so on, because the feed has come cheap, has come free, or the fingerlings has come free. But one point that everybody has made today is the issue of a nucleus estate initiative sort of, or what we call, what's the name now? Getting a group, that's the
cooperative.
Cluster. That's the what Mr. Onoja is enjoying. It's a cluster group, an association. And so everybody does not want to be ashamed at the end of the day that I took feed from Mr. Onoja, I couldn't pay, because everybody will know. So that's why it's working more for you. And I want to suggest here in Ghana, if you can have a cluster where integrity comes into it, because then you will know that if you defraud, every member of the association will know that you have defrauded. Another point that came up is being able to sell the fish for the farmers. The issue of, and that's another thing that cluster has gained. Anytime there's increase in fish feed or the dollar changes, they put it on the platform. Farmers, don't sell your fish for 2,000 again, no. Sell it for so and so. So everybody is aware there's information exchange, and then you won't sell below what you have invested. So the farmers will pay you back. But for somebody, a big company, Africans have this in their head that if you can give something free, that means you can give it free. But there must be something that ties us down. But my point and where I'm going now is that government needs to step in. And how? We need to have aquaculture fund. And I've been advocating this since 2013-14. And how do we get the fund? It's not going to come from government. All those importing fish into the country should pay a levy to support the struggling farmers who are doing everything to ensure that there is food, nutrition, fish food, nutrition. Also that they're employing people in the country. They are not putting stress on the foreign exchange, which is a problem in all African countries. So they need to be encouraged. So if you want to import a container of fish from another country that has invested, that is employing people in their own country, they pay a levy. And that levy should go into a consolidated fund. And it is through that levy that farmers can be supported, like what is going on in Togo. Give farmer, we did it in 2013-14, we gave farmer feed, fingerlings at subsidized rate and smoking kilns at subsidized rate, which can still be done. And so that we don't put a stress on the feed producers who may not get their money back, but that does not exonerate the feed producers. With time, customers that you have built confidence and trust in, you can give them not just a bulk at a time, do like a sequencing thing, give them the payback, give them the payback. Some just want something like the small scale farmer has said, come together as a group, let them work something for you and get guarantors, not houses that could belong to all the members of the family and you can't have it. Let the guarantee come either from government or from an association that you will not want to be shamed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. This is very valuable. Please, we'll take the last question and then we'll run off, please. Okay, but while we take your question, Murali has a comment on that.
Sorry, mine is not a question.
I think Madam Ariola has given some suggestions. Ma'am, just look at the levies bill from our government. There are 11 varieties of levies, okay, and all are drops of water falling into ocean. Nothing will come back. Our farmers, they lost these cages due to flood. They are eagerly waiting for the fund to come, which came from outside, from World Bank, I think. That is also not available for us. Okay, so government stepping in, I don't think it will complicate the issue rather than easing it. So we are facing it.
All right, shall we take the...
All right, thank you very much. My name is John from Nigeria. I'm speaking on behalf of the students and then the emerging young aquaculturists and the entrepreneurs. I've learned a lot from this session, and then I see a need for early financial literacy and entrepreneurship development and then shaping from the institutions or for farmers or intending aquaculturists at an early stage. If there's a possibility of having it inscribed or part of the curricula from the institutions or in seminars organized so that young farmers, young entrepreneurs can get it right before they even start, not struggling after they have started. Thank you.
All right. So I'll take that question. So fortunately, the organization I work for, WISH, we do a program in that respect. We have a training around financial management and business skills that we teach to farmers. Fortunately enough, Folabi and I, my colleague Folabi from Nigeria and I teach that course, and it's not complicated. We are farmers, we are not accountants, and if we understand it and I can teach it to you farmers, you can understand how applicable it is. We've had sessions, I think, usually we do 2 sessions each year, and we are thinking of expanding that. So please, let's get in touch and then we can expand that program. And I'll just ask a last question to the feed guys and then we wrap up. And this question is, you tell me agree or not agree. My understanding is that when you begin to give credit, feed on credit to farmers, you reduce the quality. True or false?
John, if you have a good memory, you know that I supply you feed of very good quality and on credit in the past. So you should not, I prefer a customer that comes and is going to bargain the price and be very strict on quality. That is my job. This is the job of a fish feed producer, is to produce quality and price. But a customer that comes for credit and I don't know him and I cannot give him, sorry, we cannot do everything. There are things we can do, things we cannot do.
Yeah, okay. I think the answer is false because the issue of chicken and egg situation, if you expect to have good eggs all the time, you surely need to also be breeding your chicken well to keep going. So we are consistent, we don't compromise with quality. And if we don't really give you the best, how will you be able to pay us? So we are really up to it with all ethical standards that's really involved. Because we consume the fish that you produce. You don't consume it all. We know all the tilapia spots in the country, Filipos and things. We go to eat all the fish from those sides to see exactly what is happening. So we cannot really give in anything bad and then be in the public eating whatever we have really given out. So be guaranteed with that.
Okay, so Murali and Albert, let's get your last comments on this and we'll go briefly.
See, every stakeholder in our Ghanaian industry are doing their best, and I don't think there is a room to blame quality or pricing. Everyone, they are doing their best, but I only ask the government also to get more professionalized to help us. That's all.
Yes, all the stakeholders are doing their best. We have to at least come to a consensus and see how best we can move this industry forward. I think we have to make some sacrifices at a certain point, and I know they are making sacrifices, especially for us the farmers. The other issue, yes, you tell us to increase the price of our fish, but you know, it's not that easy.
We don't control that. We are price takers.
So it's a bit difficult.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes, but then eventually
all right.
we have to work together, I think.
Okay. So thank you very much, panelists. I'd like to appreciate you all for coming. I would want to give some special recognition to our Francophone brothers who have joined us from Togo, Burkina Faso, Mali. They came a long way, and considering that there's a language barrier, yet they chose to show up here. That's a very good solidarity for our region. They did indicate that they are looking to have conversations around some feed sourcing into their countries and then transport routes. So please, when you have that talk, just remember my commission in it. And to the rest of us all, I want to say thank you very much, especially those of you who have traveled far. Our Nigerian brothers have really supported us a lot. And those of you who have flown in from Europe, from Americans to join us, we are really grateful that you showed up for this conference. And then please, let's support the region. We are the second most populated region in Africa, only marginally to East Africa. And my Nigerian brothers, they give birth like crazy. So we'll soon overtake East Africa. So the money is in West Africa. Please come with your investment and business, and then we'll thrive together. Thank you all.
Papa. Good feed, good feed.
Egypt, the country of goodness, has always been generous to the near and the far along the years because its land is full of prosperity. And the men of this country know that the good in their land will never end and that their dreams, in God's willing, will always come true. And this is what made these men fight all global circumstances and challenges in order to bring Egypt to the first place in Africa and sixth in the world in the production of fish farms. And with this, we increase the productivity of our lands by pouring from the heart of the sea, so that tomorrow it will be more beneficial to us, by us, and from us, to the children who will continue after us. The dream started after the meeting of His Excellency President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi with major Egyptian investors in New York and encouraged them to increase the volume of their investments in Egypt. Hence the decision, the establishment of the Ground Group for the manufacturing of fish feed, after careful research on the latest technology and houses of expertise in this field worldwide. And indeed, the Grand Group has signed a technical partnership with one of the largest fish feed production entities in the world, the American Ziegler Company, which has experience in the production of fish feed and shrimp feed for more than 80 years and produces fish feed for more than 30 countries. The Grand Factory in New Damietta was established on an area of more than 10,000 square meters and is equipped with the latest specialized feed production lines, starting from the milling equipment supplied from the German company Tetken and the American-made extruder from Wenger, which is the largest manufacturer of extruder equipments in the world. We also supplied the production line with the latest lubricating equipment produced by the Dutch company Dinsen. We took care of all security and safety measures, such as firefighting systems and various smart systems to achieve the highest level of safety and security inside the factory. And in order to complete this distinguished system, we had to build a team of the best Egyptian expertise and competencies specialized in the field of fish feed. And in order to benefit from these competencies and experiences, we also invested in the human element by establishing training centers inside the factory to prepare organizations capable of keeping pace with the development. Our attentiveness to devices, equipment, manpower, security and safety factors, and product quality was the reason behind the Grand Group obtaining the international ISO and GMP certifications. After integrated planning, we started the road to success in 2018 by producing freshwater fish feed, brackish water, marine fish feed, broodstock, and shrimp feed. Thus, the company's product system is complete, which covers the requirements of the local and international market. And in less than 5 years, we were able to increase the quantity of production and distribution to the extent that we became one of the top companies producing fish feed in Egypt. And our annual production reached 60,000 tons. We also exported feed to more than 14 countries in Africa and Asia. And in order to complete our success and expansion and achieve our dream, we had to have a vision for the future that aligns with the global ambition of the company. So we established the second factory of the Grand Group for the production of fish feed in the industrial zone of Gamasa City, on an area of 33,000 square meters, which has a production capacity of more than 90,000 tons annually, with the latest global technology required to produce specialized shrimp feed and all types of fry feed to meet the needs of the local and global market. The Grand Factory in Gamasa will be operational in January 2023, making it the largest factory for the production of fish and shrimp feed in the Middle East. What we have seen and heard confirms that Egypt is writing in its modern history a new page of achievements in the field of fish and shrimp feed production. Achievements that came to light due to three main pillars: quality, confidence, commitment. The pillars that were and still are a slogan and a method to the superiority of Grand Company for the manufacturing of fish feed, which confirms that the thriving of this country is from its people and for its people, who, when they worked, struggled, and stood by, were able to transform their dreams to a reality. Grand Company for the manufacturing of fish feed, committed to excellence.
you see potential for economic progress that also improves human and animal nutrition in countries with some of the fastest growing populations in the world? Do you want to partner to find solutions for the protein gaps found in Africa, Asia, and Central America? If you can join us in capturing business opportunities in nutritious foods and feeds, then stay tuned. Visionary U.S. soybean growers founded the World Initiative for Soy in Human Health, or WISH, as a program of the American Soybean Association. We are committed to strengthening agricultural market systems in developing and emerging economies in order to improve food security and build long-term demand for U.S. soy. Our work supports businesses, governments, and non-governmental organizations from Guatemala to Uganda to Cambodia to introduce nutritious foods and feeds that grow their businesses and economies. At WISH, we focus on regions where U.S. soy markets don't exist yet, blazing new trails in new sectors around the world. For example, WISH has made significant impacts in Central America by partnering with companies that use U.S. soy to manufacture more nutritious foods and beverages. In Asia, WISH partners have expanded their businesses by putting U.S. soy in fish feed for the first time. And in sub-Saharan Africa, local entrepreneurs have partnered with WISH to grow businesses that sell delicious and nutritious soy-based local foods, as well as feeds for poultry, fish, and more. So what can a partnership with WISH do for you? Working on behalf of U.S. soybean farmers, our goal is to create global partnerships and provide new opportunities for businesses and entrepreneurs that expand the potential for trade. Our approach is designed to increase demand, fuel economic growth, and connect entrepreneurs. The best part is that we do this at no cost to you. So how does it work? Thanks to decades of accumulated knowledge, we tap into expert resources to educate, mentor, and network to help your business grow both in size and through the latest innovations. Thanks to our soy experts, who are deeply connected to the regions where we work, we offer you face-to-face education and technical expertise. Working in developing and emerging markets, we identify market sectors with real potential for growth, work with key stakeholders, and provide effective trade solutions. While serving as an incubator, we connect driven leaders with supply chain partners. We help you network for strategic partnerships and create opportunities to launch a new product or service. And our go-to market strategists offer a localized approach, the right resources, the right expertise, and the right systems for better nutrition and improved food security in your market. At WISH, our greatest strength is our ability to facilitate strategic partnerships throughout the world to promote the benefits of soy. WISH and the American Soybean Association have the vision and the voice to continue to build awareness, create partnerships, and drive change for a healthier world.
Hello, hello.